Chapter 3754. Gu Fei had been sitting there for 10 years and was finally about to undergo his tribulation. At the same time, Mu Jinghong had waited for 10 years and still hadn't seen Yingtian's tribulation. Thus, he had decisively taken control of the Yingtian sect. This time, Gu Fei had dug a huge pit for the wood race. To the outside world, it was the wood race's ancestor who was about to undergo his tribulation. The big shots of the wood race naturally couldn't sit still when the ancestor was about to undergo his tribulation. The Yingtian sect was only a subordinate force of the wood race. If the ancestor was still a quasi-supreme, he naturally wouldn't dare to have any disloyal thoughts. However, if the ancestor succeeded in his final leap, it would be a different matter. Since ancient times, which extreme grade supremes were willing to submit to others, unless they were under someone else's control and had no choice but to obey. However, it was extremely difficult to subdue an extreme grade supremacy. It was precisely because of this that Mu Jinghong, a descendant of a supremacy, came to the Yingtian ancestral land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to such a small place, since it wasn't some peerless treasure ground. 10 years was Mu Jinghong's limit. He didn't want to wait any longer. Mu Jinghong's identity as a descendant of the wood race's supremacy was there. After all, there weren't many people who dared to oppose him. Even so, many experts of the 4 great forces in the Yingtian ancestral land had died. Mu Jinghong was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The wood race was one of the 5 elemental races of the primogenitor realm. Each of the 5 elemental races had an extreme grade supremacy. They had existed for countless years and were old powerhouses of the primogenitor realm. Under the night sky, 2 powerful figures were rapidly moving in the sky above the Yingtian ancestral land, engaged in an intense battle. Hu Chaotian has a fiery temper. He fights wherever he goes. He's indeed a madman. In the sky, the elder of the gold race, Jin Shao, stared at the 2 experts fighting in front of him and muttered to himself. Golden rays flickered in his eyes. These 2 fellows were both peak quasi-supreme beings, and they were also descendants of supreme beings. When the 2 of them met, they naturally had to fight it out. In the primogenitor realm, the 5 elemental races didn't form an alliance. They were independent clans. The relationship between the 5 races was very complicated. The wood race and the fire race had some grievances. Otherwise, Hu Chaotian wouldn't have clashed with Mu Jinghong right from the start. The fiery light radiating from Hu Chaotian's heavenly fire blade illuminated the entire sky. It was as if a monstrous divine flame was burning in the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the heavenly fire chi. All the experts in the Yingtian ancestral land looked at the shocking scene in the sky in shock. This was definitely the rhythm of heavenly fire burning the sky. The heat wave that came down from the sky made people feel like they were sitting next to a blazing fire. Their bodies were unbearably hot, and it felt like the essence chi in their bodies had been ignited. Those with weak cultivations had no choice but to circulate their secret arts to contend against the heat waves. The battle prowess displayed by Hu Chaotian and Mu Jinghong shocked everyone present. A faintly discernible supreme pressure enveloped the entire heaven and earth. This was the sign of their bloodline power being stimulated. Hu Chaotian and Mu Jinghong were the descendants of a supreme being. Moreover, they were the 2nd generation of a supreme being. The supreme bloodline they inherited was extremely pure. Once they stimulated the supreme bloodline in their bodies, they could easily become a saint. They could also cultivate to the quasi-supreme realm in the shortest time possible. However, the supreme bloodline had both advantages and disadvantages for these 2nd-generation supreme beings. The advantage was that their cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people, and their physiques were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. The disadvantage was that it was almost impossible for them to take the final step and make the final leap. The supreme bloodline in their bodies was a kind of suppression, a kind of supreme suppression. It was almost impossible for them to surpass their fathers. Although it was almost impossible for them to make the final leap, they were still much stronger than ordinary quasi-supreme beings. Otherwise, Mu Jinghong wouldn't have been able to subdue the Green Cloud Pathmaster and the other two quasi-supreme beings in one move. At this time in the mountain ridges outside the Ying Tian ancestral land, a huge chase was taking place in the dusky wild forest. Where did Brother Fei go? A guy covered in blood passed through a short forest and rushed into the ancient forest on the opposite side. Then he hid behind a towering ancient tree. That person was Yang Zhan. He had been separated from the 36th monastery's people, each fleeing for their own lives. After Grand Elder Qiyuan had been killed by Jian Bo, he and the others had directly fled from the Ying Tian ancestral land. If they stayed there, there would only be one result: death. No one wanted to die, so they could only take the risk and flee. It was a good thing Gu Fei had left behind a backup plan. Otherwise, Yang Zhan and the others could only be slaughtered. Before leaving, Gu Fei had left behind a bit of energy in Yang Zhan's body. It was this energy that had allowed Yang Zhan and the other elders and disciples to directly kill their way out of the Ying Tian ancestral land. Rumble! At this moment, a thunderous rumble came from the direction of the Ying Tian ancestral land. Yang Zhan was startled. Just at this moment, something suddenly flew over the forest. He was startled and was just about to flee. Just as Yang Zhan moved, a ball of divine light smashed down from the sky. That ball of divine light directly smashed into the ancient forest. In the next moment, Yang Zhan felt the ground beneath his feet shake. Then he felt a suction force enveloping him and pulling him forward. Yang Zhan saw the surrounding trees being uprooted, and he also flew forward. There was a war chariot floating in the air above the ancient forest. The beast pulling the chariot was letting out a low roar. There was a black-armored immortal general standing on the chariot. It was this black-armored immortal general. That ball of divine light blossomed in the ancient forest, and an extremely powerful devouring power surged out from within the divine light. The surrounding towering ancient trees were uprooted one after another and flew towards that ball of divine light. Even the soil, sand, and stones were swallowed up. Humph! Yang Zhan sneered and waved his right hand. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, breaking through the devouring power and rushing out. Just as Yang Zhan was about to escape the devouring energy, a ray of divine light descended from the sky, instantly arriving in front of Yang Zhan. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show off my power? Yang Zhan was truly enraged. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the incoming ray of divine light. In the next instant, the ray of divine light dissipated, and a battle spear appeared in his hand. I'll return it to you. Yang Zhan roared and threw the spear at the war chariot in the sky. It directly nailed the beast, pulling the chariot to death in the air. What? When the black-armored celestial general saw this, his shock was no small matter. In the next moment, Yang Zhan slapped his palm at the war chariot in the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire war chariot exploded. The black-armored immortal general's immortal body turned into a mist of blood, and he immediately died. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura of the divine path erupted from Yang Zhan's body. Chapter 37:55. Yang Zhan killed the black-armored immortal general with a single palm strike, but in the next moment he was terrified. That was because at that moment more than a dozen sage realm spirit consciousnesses locked onto him. Swoosh! Yang Zhan directly rushed down from the sky and fled into the mountain ridge. Where do you think you're going? More than a dozen sage realm experts directly chased after Yang Zhan. Senior brother Yang Zhan is so righteous. An elder disciple hiding behind a large rock in the distance was extremely moved when he saw this scene. Sacrificing yourself to save others, you're our role model. Taoist Yang Zhan, I admire you. If you die, I'll erect a monument for you. A few elders hiding at the side glanced at each other and directly turned around to flee into the darkness, because Yang Zhan had allowed the Sage Realm experts who were chasing after them to escape. At this moment, Yang Zhan was fleeing with all his might. He didn't want to be a hero, but he had unintentionally done it once, and the consequences were that he was in danger. Buzz! At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly shook, and a terrifying fluctuation spread from the Primogeniture mountain range. At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and at this moment, the world was incomparably silent. Even Hu Chaotian and Mu Jinghong, who were fighting in the sky above the Yingtian ancestral land, stopped. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically, and they suddenly turned to look at the Primogeniture mountain range. An aura that made their souls tremble mightily came from the direction of the Primogeniture mountain range. Apart from Hu Chaotian and Mu Jinghong, all existences above the Sage Realm sensed this terrifying aura. This aura seemed to originate from heaven and earth. Supreme heavenly tribulation. Hu Chaotian and Mu Jinghong glanced at each other. In the next moment, the two of them instantly turned into two rays of divine light and rushed toward the Primogeniture mountain range, disappearing into the pitch-black night in the blink of an eye. The aura that came from the Primogeniture mountain range wasn't powerful, but the moment it erupted, all the extreme supremes in the Primogeniture realm sensed it immediately. Is someone going to take that step again? An incomparably old voice came from the depths of the Wood Clan's ancestral land. At the same time, Extreme Supreme's divine senses rushed out from various parts of the Primogeniture realm and entered the Primogeniture mountain range. Distance was no longer a problem for Extreme Supremes. Even if it was an infinite distance away, the spirit sense of an extreme Tao sovereign could reach it instantly. This was the power of an extreme Tao sovereign. Apart from extreme Tao sovereigns, no one else could understand the power of an extreme Tao sovereign. Extreme Supreme's divine senses could reach them in an instant. When was the last time for someone made the ultimate leap? All I did was take a nap, and 8,000 years have passed. Some extreme Tao Supremes who were familiar with each other were conversing. The divine senses of Supremes stretched far and wide. At this time, the entire Primogeniture realm was in an uproar. Countless experts walked out of their cultivation grounds and headed towards the Primogeniture mountain range. However, that aura that made even a quasi-supreme being's heart palpitate suddenly retreated like a tide, and in the end completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The teleportation array near the Primogeniture mountain range didn't stop after the aura appeared. However, the aura that made even Quasi-Supreme's heart palpitate suddenly retreated like the tide and disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. With the arrival of experts from various regions in the Primogeniture world, the area outside the Primogeniture mountain range gradually became livelier. Moreover, the forces outside the Primogeniture mountain range were all saints and above. When some saints walked out of the teleportation array of some small forces outside the Primogeniture mountain range, those small forces were all dumbfounded. It's finally starting. In a prison of the Yingtian clan's ancestral land, 3 fellows who were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs stood up when they sensed the aura. That mysterious aura made the souls of saints above the saint level tremble. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. They knew Gu Fei's plan. It wasn't old ancestor Yingtian's tribulation, but the terrifying black-robed youth's tribulation. At this time, they hoped that Gu Fei would succeed. They wanted to see if Mu Jinghong was still as arrogant in front of Gu Fei. It's been 10 years. Don't fail. Green Cloud Path, Master murmured. What are you talking about? You must succeed. Wu Tian's sect Master glared at Green Cloud Path Master and said, Sigh. Green Cloud Path Master sighed and didn't say anything else. He was the high and mighty Green Cloud Path Master, the ruler of billions of living beings. When had he ever been locked up in a prison? It was a great humiliation to him, and he wanted to return the humiliation to Mu Jinghong tenfold, no, 100-fold. Palace Master Shi Ju didn't say anything. His crown was tilted to one side, and his clothes were covered in dust. It was a quasi-supreme level robe, but it was covered in dust. Green Cloud Path Master and Wu Tian Sect Master were also in a sorry state. Their quasi-supreme level cultivation had been sealed by Mu Jinghong using a secret technique. Now, they were like mortals who couldn't use any divine abilities. At this moment, several killing formations appeared near the valley where Gu Fei was, and the terrifying murderous aura was earth-shattering. With the valley where Gu Fei was as the center, the sky above the region within 1,000,000 miles was shrouded by dark clouds. Bright lightning flashed from time to time in the dark clouds. Finally, thousands of miles away, old ancestor Ing Tian couldn't help but be excited when he saw the scene in front of him. Old ancestor Ing Tian couldn't help but be excited. It was a supreme, heavenly tribulation. Since ancient times, how many people were as lucky as him to be able to watch the supreme, heavenly tribulation? This kind of heavenly tribulation wasn't something that just anyone could watch. Old ancestor Ing Tian immediately retreated to a place further away and carefully hid himself. He couldn't be discovered, or else Gu Fei's plan would be ruined. In fact, he was being too careful. At this time, the world was filled with the destructive aura of heaven and earth. Even in supreme level wouldn't be able to sense old ancestor Ing Tian under such circumstances. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling lightning appeared in the tribulation clouds and instantly lit up the world. That is, old ancestor Ing Tian vaguely saw something in the tribulation clouds, but it wasn't real. At this moment, Gu Fei, who had attracted the supreme heavenly tribulation, was still sitting cross-legged on the boulder in the middle of the valley. It was his aura that attracted the supreme heavenly tribulation. Are you ready? The disheveled old man's voice came from the sky. I'm ready. Gu Fei suddenly looked up into the sky, and an aura that was 10 times stronger erupted from his body. In the next moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly surged violently. Rumble! A terrifying and monstrous destructive aura descended from the sky. An entire region was shaking. At this moment, Gu Fei's eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. Haha, come on, isn't it just the supreme heavenly tribulation? Gu Fei roared with laughter. Chapter 37:56. Gu Fei had finally triggered the heavenly tribulation. It was no ordinary heavenly tribulation, but the tribulation of the supreme martial highness realm. If he could overcome the heavenly tribulation, he would achieve the ultimate leap and become the second supreme martial highness after the supreme martial progenitor. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura was fully unleashed. Even ancestor Ing Tian, who was thousands of miles away, could feel his soul trembling. The extreme fear directly erupted from the depths of ancestor Ing Tian's soul, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He was shocked to the extreme. They were both quasi-supremes, but Gu Fei was much stronger than him. In front of Gu Fei, he was simply as insignificant as an ant. This was the gap between them. Ancestor Ing Tian would not accept it unless he reached it. Rumble! Up in the sky, the tribulation clouds shrouded the entire area. Lightning flashed from time to time. The black tribulation clouds descended from the sky and almost touched the ground. A terrifying aura that could destroy the world spread in all directions. At this moment, with the valley where Gu Fei was at as the center, the area within thousands of miles was shrouded by the tribulation clouds. The ferocious birds and beasts in the mountains were extremely terrified and immediately fled the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds. As a result, there were countless ferocious birds and beasts fleeing for their lives in the mountains. Is this the supreme heavenly tribulation? At this moment, some powerful figures began to appear in the nearby area. It had been a long time since anyone in the ancestral realm triggered a supreme heavenly tribulation. The commotion caused by Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was too great. It was impossible not to notice it. A black-robed young man appeared on a mountain peak and looked at the tribulation clouds in front of him. At this moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation disturbed the entire area. Even the divine sense of a quasi-supreme martial artist couldn't enter the area shrouded by the heavenly tribulation. This aura, isn't Ancestor Ingtian undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Some quasi-supreme martial artists who knew Ancestor Ingtian were shocked. However, it was possible that Ancestor Ingtian's aura had changed after cultivating in seclusion for 1,800 years. Soon, more than a dozen quasi-supreme divine senses descended from the sky and landed outside the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds. The divine senses turned into a dozen blurry figures. A manifestation of divine will, an extreme paragon. Some people couldn't help being shocked when they saw those blurry yet terrifying figures. Although those figures seemed to be on the verge of dissipating, no one dared to underestimate them. The aura emanating from each figure seemed to be able to crush the ages. It was as if they were gods who had split the heavens during the primordial era, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. Their arrival seemed to have disturbed the entire world. At this time, in the mountain valley below the tribulation clouds, Gu Fei had already stood up. He looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, vast and mighty primordial chaos energy surging around him. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his fighting spirit was shocking. Primordial chaos divine light shot out of his eyes, reaching tens of miles long, and shot straight up into the sky from the valley. Come, I want to see how powerful the supreme heavenly tribulation is. Gu Fei stared at the turbulent tribulation clouds in the sky and suddenly felt heroic and confident. His entire body was filled with power. At this moment, he felt that he was omnipotent. So what if it was a supreme heavenly tribulation? He could shatter it with a punch. As if to punish Gu Fei for looking down on heaven's might, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly bombarded the valley from the tribulation clouds in the sky. That bolt of lightning was even larger than a mountain. That bolt of lightning directly bombarded Gu Fei's body. Ha ha! Gu Fei, who was bombarded by this bolt of lightning, wasn't injured at all. Instead, he was bathed in the lightning. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning directly entered his body. Gu Fei was devouring the powerful force brought by the lightning. Come at me fiercely. Gu Fei roared at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Rumble. This time, 9 bolts of lightning with terrifying destructive power shot out from the tribulation clouds at the same time. They instantly landed on Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, Gu Fei's clothes immediately turned into dust. Not even a fragment was left. Just as Gu Fei's clothes were blasted into dust by the lightning, a sky-blue celestial light suddenly surged out of his body. Within the celestial light, countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined. A battle robe appeared on Gu Fei's body. It was the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe that Gu Fei had obtained in the deserted world. The 9 bolts of lightning that struck Gu Fei were all blocked by the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe. The terrifying lightning that was enough to destroy heaven and earth blasted the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe. Not a single mark was left on the area that was struck. At this time, Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a black sword immediately appeared in his hand. On the black sword, specks of starlight twinkled. It was as if there was a starry sky inside the sword. This was the sword that Gu Fei had refined himself. It was called the 9th Heaven Star Sword. At this time, the 9th Heaven Star Sword was constantly transforming as Gu Fei's cultivation continued to increase. Humans had to go through tribulations, and so did magic treasures. The 9th Heaven Star Sword and the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe that Gu Fei had refined were not extreme Tao weapons. He wanted to use this opportunity to refine the ninth heaven star's sword and the sky blue immortal gold battle robe into true extreme Tao weapons. At this time, the heavenly tribulation finally started. Endless power gathered in a frenzy and then increased, turning into destructive lightning. It broke through the layers of tribulation clouds and blasted towards Gu Fei below. Good timing. Gu Fei waved the ninth heaven star's sword in his hand and stood on the array platform. He collided with the lightning that descended from the sky and endured the baptism of the lightning tribulation. It has finally begun. Outside the area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation, everyone was nervous, especially those quasi-supremes who were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, the heaven and earth were in chaos at this time. The area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation actually blocked everyone's spiritual force. Even the spiritual force of those supreme supremes couldn't enter the range of the heavenly tribulation. In this way, no one knew what was happening inside. Everyone looked at the divine lightning that bombarded from the tribulation clouds in the sky in shock. Even though they were thousands of miles away, those cultivators could feel the terrifying destructive aura coming from the heaven and earth. All of them were extremely terrified. Some of them retreated even further away to avoid it. No one could intervene in a battle of this level. Even if Supreme Supremes wanted to intervene, they would end up dead, let alone other cultivators. At this time in the valley, Gu Fei had already been enveloped by the endless lightning that descended from the sky. The destructive aura made one's heart palpitate. Every inch of the void in the valley was filled with lightning. This was the first attack of the supreme heavenly tribulation, the lightning tribulation. Chapter 37:57. The sovereign's heavenly tribulation was activated and the lightning tribulation descended. This wasn't an ordinary lightning tribulation, but the strongest lightning tribulation in the world. Every lightning bolt that struck down at Gu Fei from the tribulation clouds had the power to destroy the world. If it was an ordinary peak quasi-supremacy expert, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single lightning bolt and would be destroyed in both body and soul. The heavenly tribulation in the Primogenitum mountain range was much stronger than the heavenly tribulation in the outside world. The first wave of lightning tribulation was the myriad lightning heavenly tribulation that would cause ordinary pinnacle quasi-supremes to feel despair. At this moment, Gu Fei was standing on the array platform, brandishing the 9 heaven stars' sword to continuously disperse the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky. 8,339, 8,340, 8,341. Gu Fei muttered in his heart. He had blocked more than 8,000 bolts of tribulation lightning, but his face was not red, nor was he out of breath. The starlight inside the 9 heaven stars' sword in his hand was getting brighter and brighter. Under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, the 9 heavenly stars' sword in Gu Fei's hand was constantly transforming, and a trace of extreme Tao aura seeped out from the sword. Under the bombardment of the tribulation lightning, the 9 heavenly stars' sword in Gu Fei's hand seemed to gradually gain life. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. The birth of a life deity was the sign of a Tao artifact evolving into an extreme Tao artifact. Gu Fei's sky blue immortal gold battle armor also became even more resplendent under the tempering of the tribulation lightning. It was also evolving into an extreme Tao artifact. There's indeed something wrong here. If I were to undergo the heavenly tribulation elsewhere, there wouldn't be a myriad lightning tribulation. At this moment, the disheveled old man's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. I don't care what heavenly tribulation it is. I'll disperse it all. Gu Fei said domineeringly. Good. You're ambitious. Let's join forces and fight against those fellows here. The disheveled old man seemed to be infected by Gu Fei's heroic spirit. He also became heroic and wanted to fight against some things in the Primogenitum mountain range. With the disheveled old man's experience and knowledge, he naturally noticed something. However, he didn't say it out loud. There was a shocking secret hidden in the Primogenitura mountain range. Cultivators couldn't undergo their tribulations in the Primogenitura mountain range. Once they did so, the power of the heavenly tribulation would increase greatly and become much more terrifying than the outside world. However, Gu Fei didn't believe it. He wanted to become the strongest extreme grade supreme in the world, so he chose to undergo his tribulation in the Primogenitura mountain range. As a result, the first wave of the extreme path, heavenly tribulation, was an extremely rare 10,000 lightning heavenly tribulation. This 10,000 lightning heavenly tribulation was simply too terrifying. Those who could survive the 10,000 lightning heavenly tribulation were absolutely amazing. One had to know that even if it was a sovereign heavenly tribulation, the first wave of the 1,000 lightning tribulation was already enough to make one despair. The moment Gu Fei blocked the 9,000th bolt of tribulation lightning, the tribulation lightning suddenly stopped. However, the terrifying aura of destruction that descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky became even stronger. What's going on? Gu Fei looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky and sent a voice transmission to the disheveled old man. The strongest 1,000 bolts of tribulation lightning are about to be activated. The disheveled old man's voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. Aren't you going to help me out? Gu Fei asked. Good steel should be used on the blade. This is just the beginning. I won't interfere. The disheveled old man replied. Gu Fei was a little speechless. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. There were no more sounds of thunder, and it was as though the world had lost its sound. The lightning that flashed continuously within the tribulation clouds in the sky had disappeared as well. If not for the fact that the tribulation clouds were still shrouding the sky, Gu Fei would have suspected that the heavenly tribulation had already passed. It's coming. Gu Fei's pupils that were staring at the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly constricted. An immortal bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the tribulation clouds, breaking through the tribulation clouds silently and expanding rapidly in his eyes. Gu Fei was truly shocked. Could the last 1,000 bolts of tribulation lightning be the legendary 9 heavens annihilation thunder that could destroy the world? Before Gu Fei could react, that bolt of annihilation thunder had already blasted on Gu Fei's body. The next moment, he was shrouded by that immortal destructive lightning. The array platform beneath his feet exploded. Boom! With a loud bang, the endless array patterns were blasted and scattered in the void. He actually triggered such a heavenly thunder. Outside the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds, a quasi-supreme martial artist in the sky almost exclaimed, "Since when did this patriarch in Tian become so powerful?" Someone said in shock, "This 10,000 thunder heavenly tribulation wasn't something that an ordinary peak quasi-supreme martial artist could withstand. Patriarch in Tian was just a patriarch of a second-rate sect. Even an extreme martial artist couldn't see Gu Fei, who was undergoing the tribulation. No one knew if it was Patriarch in Tian who was undergoing the tribulation. Those outside could only sense the terror of the tribulation from the fluctuations after it was launched. The 9 heavens annihilation thunder was launched. The last 1,000 bolts of tribulation lightning were also the most terrifying. As long as Gu Fei could survive under the tribulation lightning, he could continue with the next tribulation. This was just the beginning. Roar! In the valley, Gu Fei bathed in the thunder fire and roared into the sky. The annihilation thunder fire that could destroy everything didn't even burn a strand of his hair. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all the inextinguishable thunder fire on his body. If anyone were to see this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. This was the most terrifying annihilation thunder fire, and this guy actually swallowed it. In the entire ancestral realm, probably only a lunatic like Gu Fei would dare to swallow the annihilation thunder fire. Brat, be serious. This is a sovereign heavenly tribulation after all. The disheveled old man's voice came from the sky. Gu Fei didn't think much of it. At this moment, another annihilation, thunder, fire blasted towards him. This time he directly opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the thunder in one gulp. He had the chaos primordial martial body, so he didn't fear the nine heavens' annihilation, thunder fire at all. Even if he was struck by this tribulation lightning, he wouldn't be injured at all. Come on, haha. Gu Fei laughed out loud. He was devouring the power of the tribulation. This made the disheveled old man speechless. Since ancient times, he had never seen anyone as crazy as Gu Fei to actually devour the tribulation lightning. One had to know that this was the tribulation lightning. One could die if one wasn't careful. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid because he had a trump card in hand. The 1,000 bolts of nine heavens divine lightning that fell from the sky were stronger than the previous one. The aura of destruction filled every inch of the void. There was no sound of thunder, but the entire world was trembling. All the flowers and trees in the valley were smashed by the thunder. Gu Fei was devouring the annihilation thunder fire that fell from the sky in a frenzy. A ball of lightning appeared on his body, and there were Tao patterns that looked like lightning intertwined within the lightning. The unimaginably strong power of the thunder was constantly refined by him, turning it into a part of his own strength. At this moment, the aura that erupted from Gu Fei's body was even stronger. Chapter 37:58. At the Primogenita mountain range, the tribulation clouds covered tens of thousands of miles. At least half of the Primogenita mountain range was enveloped by the tribulation clouds. The area covered by the tribulation clouds was probably larger than the entire southern region of the Primogenita realm. If he were to undergo tribulation outside, billions of living beings would probably suffer. Normally, when a peak quasi-supreme expert was about to undergo tribulation, they would enter the depths of the Primogenita realm to undergo tribulation. This way, the impact on the living beings in the Primogenita realm would be minimized. Of course, undergoing the tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range was actually the best choice. This was because one could become the strongest supreme there. However, the prerequisite was that they could successfully undergo the tribulation. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy if they died under the tribulation and ended up having their body and soul destroyed. Since ancient times, many supreme figures in the Primogenita realm had chosen to undergo tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range. However, it seemed that no one had ever successfully walked out of the Primogenita mountain range. When the news that Ing Tian was going to undergo tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range spread, it shocked the entire Primogenita realm. One had to know that it was a place where one would almost certainly die. Although one could obtain unparalleled power if they succeeded, it still made countless experts in the Primogenita realm flinch at the sight of it. No one would be so foolish as to enter the Primogenita mountain range to undergo tribulation, even if they knew that they would die under the tribulation. This was also the reason why the news of Ing Tian undergoing tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range shook the entire Primogenita realm. Of course, if Ing Tian was really undergoing tribulation, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to undergo tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range. At this moment, Ing Tian had long gone into hiding. He didn't dare to show his face. If others found out that he wasn't the one undergoing tribulation, it would be fun. Ing Tian didn't want to die yet. At this moment, he had already received the news that Mu Jinghong had used thunderous means to control the entire Ing Tian sect. His trusted subordinates had almost all been killed by Mu Jinghong. However, no matter how powerful Mu Jinghong was, there would always be a few fish that slipped through the net. Thus, Ing Tian naturally didn't dare to show his face. At that moment, Gu Fei's first wave of extreme path, heavenly tribulation, had reached its final stage. However, Gu Fei was still able to deal with it with ease. In the valley of the Primogenita mountain range, Gu Fei stood in the void, only a few dozen feet above the ground. His entire body emitted endless lightning, as if he had turned into a supreme thunder god from the ancient times. The surrounding void was pierced by the lightning bolts that shot out from Gu Fei's body, and the silent, destructive heavenly thunder blasted into the void. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and roared into the sky. Lightning bolts that were strong enough to destroy the world burst out from his 7 apertures, while innate Tao patterns of lightning emerged on Gu Fei's body. Every time a thunder mark exploded, it would be an annihilation electric light. Countless thunder marks kept exploding without making any sound. Gu Fei's body shook violently, and the immortal Tao power emanating from the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe was blasted away. The immortal gold battle robe was now covered with traces of lightning. This was a supreme immortal battle robe, just one step away from the ultimate leap and becoming an extreme path battle robe. At that moment, the 9 heavenly stars sword in Gu Fei's hand began to dim, as if the 9 Tao patterns within the sword would be blasted away by the strongest lightning tribulation at any time. 9,998. A bolt of lightning fire that connected heaven and earth descended from the sky and was directly swallowed by Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei's primordial chaos body expanded like a balloon. This Gu Fei was shocked. The power of this lightning tribulation was several times stronger than the previous one. If it wasn't for the fact that his martial body was strong enough, his body would have exploded from this destructive power. Although Gu Fei wouldn't die even if his body exploded, it was inevitable that he would be injured. If he was injured by the heavenly tribulation in the first wave, it would be too embarrassing. Rascal, be more serious. The disheveled old man's voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. Preposterous. Gu Fei circulated the primordial chaos body with all his might, and the terrifying lightning tribulation that had devoured was immediately refined by him. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from within Gu Fei's body. His swollen body immediately shrank rapidly, and 9 primordial chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to have become a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring the boundless heavenly lightning power around him. Gu Fei's cultivation was constantly rising, and a trace of extreme Tao aura was emitted from his body. The entire world shook, as though it was being crushed by this trace of aura. At this time, Gu Fei could feel that his great Tao was about to be perfected, and the 9 primordial chaos Tao patterns began to show true immortal and perfect martial Tao runes. The 9 primordial chaos Tao patterns began to transform into perfect Tao patterns. Once the transformation was successful, Gu Fei's great Tao would be perfect and there would be no more flaws. Extreme Tao was the limit of great Tao, and it represented the extreme of Tao. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who could reach this step in the myriad of worlds. Even the primogenitor realm, the source of the myriad of worlds, didn't have many extreme Tao supremes, and they were all primogenitor level existences in their clan. It had been a long time since anyone dared to take this step in the primogenitor realm. The last time was 10,000 years ago, and there hadn't been anyone who successfully made the final leap in more than 100,000 years. It was imaginable how difficult it was to pass the sovereign heavenly tribulation. At this time, the 9,999 annihilation heavenly lightning came crashing down from the sky. A 9-colored lightning ball that was as huge as a mountain fell from the sky. It was like a 9-colored star formed by interweaving. Lightning broke through the layers of tribulation clouds and smashed towards the ground. The terrifying and monstrous aura of destruction seemed to crush the entire void of heaven and earth. One could vaguely see a blurry figure in the 9-colored lightning ball, and the extremely terrifying aura of destruction erupted from that figure. What? Why did this thing appear in the first wave of the heavenly tribulation? Gu Fei looked up at the figure in the lightning ball in the sky. It was a mysterious existence that appeared along with the heavenly tribulation, and it was a mark left on the heavenly Tao by a peerless expert. The heavenly Tao mark could take form and display the strongest attack of the owner of the heavenly Tao mark. Isn't it just a heavenly Tao mark? Come on. Gu Fei stared at the figure inside the 9-colored thunderball and gripped the 9th heaven star's sword tightly. In the next moment, the 9th heaven star's sword, which had dimmed down, immediately emitted a dazzling sword light, as if a powerful life had been injected into it. Rascal, it's all up to you now. The disheveled old man's voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. Obviously, he still didn't intend to help Gu Fei. Chapter 37:59. The heavenly Tao brand had actually appeared in the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. After all, didn't such existences that were almost like living beings only appear in the final stages of the heavenly tribulation? Transcending the heavenly tribulation in the Primogenitor mountain range was indeed abnormal. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to believe it. The Primogenitor's mountain range was indeed strange. However, so what? Let's start conquering the heavenly path. Fight! With a roar, Gu Fei soared into the sky and charged towards the descending ball of 9-colored thunderball. A shocking battle intent erupted from his body. At this time, Gu Fei's domineering aura was shocking. Even the disheveled old man who was controlling the endless killing formation was shocked. This guy didn't act ruthlessly, but once he did, it was earth-shattering. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei directly split open the huge 9-colored thunderball with his sword and killed his way into the thunderball. Then he pointed his sword at the creature inside the thunderball. To be precise, this was a creature evolved from the mark of the heavenly path. Swoosh! The mysterious creature bathed in the 9-colored thunderball suddenly opened its eyes. 2 electric lights directly rushed out from its eyes, directly smashing Gu Fei's sword light and piercing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. This guy broke his sword with one look. This kind of battle strength was a bit heaven-defying. It seemed like this was going to be a fierce battle. Swoosh! While Gu Fei was shocked, a sharp claw surrounded by electric lights directly grabbed Gu Fei's chest. So fast! In the next moment, Gu Fei's body suddenly became transparent. The electric claw directly scratched into his body, but it was as if it was scratching air. There was no force at all. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path that Gu Fei cultivated, the anti-emptiness secret technique. Body like the void, disappear without a trace. Gu Fei merged with the surrounding void and disappeared without a trace. The mysterious creature shuddered, and countless 9-colored bolts of lightning shot out of its body, instantly piercing the surrounding void into a sieve. No one could use invisibility to hide from such a terrifying attack. The 9-colored lightning surging out of the mysterious creature's body were like countless 9-colored dragons and snakes, dancing wildly in the void of a lightning ball without dispersing. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to dodge the mysterious creature's lightning attack. However, this person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei cultivated the 9 esoteric immortal Tao, a paragon immortal art. Given his current cultivation base, he had already cultivated the 9 esoteric immortal Tao to an extremely high level. Even if this mysterious creature directly shattered the void, it would not be able to force Gu Fei out. Swoosh! In the next instant, Gu Fei appeared behind the mysterious creature, raised his sword, and cut the creature in half. The creature disappeared in the void, and at the same time, Gu Fei felt an extremely powerful life force surge into his body. In the next instant, his entire body was filled with power. Even the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe on his body glowed with immortal light again, bursting with the most dazzling immortal light. The countless marks left by the lightning on the sky-blue immortal gold battle robe also disappeared. Gu Fei realized that the 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand also had a special aura, as if a new life was about to be born in the sword. At this moment, the huge 9-colored lightning ball disappeared, and a divine light transformed into a mark that shot into the sky. It rushed into the tribulation clouds and disappeared. Although it was said that the heavenly tribulation could destroy everything, it would leave the person undergoing the tribulation with a chance of survival. After killing the mysterious creature, Gu Fei obtained a strong life force. This life force could directly heal the injured body of the person undergoing the tribulation, but Gu Fei was not injured. This life force allowed him to recover instantly. Be careful! The last lightning tribulation is coming. Just as Gu Fei was in shock, the disheveled old man's voice rang out in his mind. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he raised his head and saw a shocking scene. He saw an unimaginably terrifying figure walk down from the tribulation clouds. An extreme aura surged from this figure. With every step he took, the entire world shook, as if he could shatter the void and destroy the world at any time. Extreme lightning reverend? When Gu Fei saw this figure, no matter how firm his Tao heart was, he could not help but be shocked. It seemed that the mysterious creature was just a lackey of the supreme lightning ancestor. At this moment, a thundercloud appeared behind the supreme lightning ancestor. In the next moment, the supreme existence waved his hand, and countless experts of the lightning Tao rushed out from the thundercloud. Shocking battle cries rang out in the void. This was an army made up of countless experts of the lightning ancestor. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. Since ancient times, there had been countless people who cultivated the lightning Tao in the primogenitor's realm. There were also countless people who had left their marks on the heavenly path. However, what made Gu Fei's scalp go numb was that the supreme lightning ancestor could actually control the marks left by the experts of the lightning Tao on the heavenly path. When Gu Fei saw countless experts of the lightning Tao charging towards him, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb even with the protection of the sky-blue immortal golden battle armor. He swung his sword and cut off a strand of hair. Then he grabbed it in his hand and threw it into his mouth, chewing it, and then spat it at the experts of the lightning Tao. In the next moment, as Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of hair, countless figures appeared in the void and turned into countless copies of himself. Then, they charged towards the experts of the lightning Tao. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, even a strand of hair could become a clone of himself. When he spat out a mouthful of hair, countless Gu Fei appeared in the void in front of him. Each of the Gu Fei gave off an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. The army of Gu Fei collided with the countless experts of the lightning Tao. It was as if two armies were really fighting. This scene was incomparably realistic. The fierce battle was extremely bloody. At this time, Gu Fei faced the supreme lightning ancestor. The supreme lightning ancestor emitted an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura, as if he had existed since time immemorial. He was an ancient god. Facing such an opponent, even Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. His expression was extremely solemn as he stared at the terrifying figure in front of him. The figure of the supreme lightning ancestor was also staring at Gu Fei. The aura of the extreme path was vast and mighty, and he could launch a fatal blow at Gu Fei at any time. Chapter 3760. Gu Fei triggered his supreme heavenly tribulation in a valley in the Primogenitor mountain range. He encountered great trouble during the first wave of the tribulation. He never imagined that a heaven-defying existence like the heavenly Tao brand would appear at the end of the first wave of the 9 heavens annihilating thunder tribulation. It was an incomparably ancient heavenly Tao brand. Its owner was definitely a super antique and a lightning Tao supremacy. Lightning represented destruction. The lightning Tao supremacy was naturally a terrifying destroyer. Its huge body exuded an aura of destruction that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. At this time, countless figures were fighting desperately under the tribulation clouds. Gu Fei chewed on his hair and spat it out. The broken hair instantly turned into countless Gu Feis and clashed with the Thunder Clan's army, formed from the countless lightning Tao Supremacy's subordinates. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would come out on top. The Gu Fei's army blocked the Thunder Clan's army. Gu Fei and the Supreme Lightning Ancestor faced each other across the sky. Their auras were constantly rising. Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. The guy opposite him was formed from the great Tao brand left behind by the lightning Tao Supremacy countless years ago. It represented the strongest power of this lightning tribulation. Only by defeating this ancient lightning Tao Supremacy could he survive the first wave of the tribulation. Gu Fei really didn't think that the power of the tribulation in the Primogenitum mountain range would become so powerful and terrifying. But so what? Kill. Gu Fei took the initiative to attack. With a furious roar, his voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. At the same time, his right hand had already slammed towards the sovereign of lightning's imprint. A giant primordial chaos hand appeared in front of Gu Fei's palm. Endless primordial chaos force erupted from the giant hand. Wherever the giant primordial chaos hand passed, the figures formed from the great Tao brand of the Thunder Clan's powerhouses collapsed one after another. They turned into brand again and soared into the sky, returning to the heavenly Tao. Some comparatively weaker grand Tao brands even directly collapsed into pieces in space, and they completely dispersed and were unable to return to the heaven Tao. The great Tao imprint was not eternal, and the power of the great Tao imprint was not limitless. After this battle, the Thunder Tao experts in the primogenitor realm who had yet to pass their heavenly tribulations were overjoyed. The chaotic primordial hand that Gu Fei had unleashed was like a chaotic divine mountain crushing down. The great path imprints of countless cultivators of the way of thunder crumbled one after another. His first move was the heaven-covering palm. At this time, the terrifying figure on the other side also made a move. 9 balls of lightning directly rushed out from the figure, bombarding towards Gu Fei. Boom! The first ball of thunder directly collided with Gu Fei's primordial chaos palm. The ball of thunder exploded, and endless thunder patterns erupted. Each of the thunder patterns radiated with destructive power. Gu Fei's primordial chaos hand paused for a moment. Boom, boom, boom! Earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously. With every explosion, the entire space shook as if it was about to collapse. Even a portion of the tribulation clouds in the sky was dispersed. The power displayed by Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm was very strong. It directly blocked the 9 balls of lightning. However, the moment the 9th ball of lightning exploded, his heaven-covering palm also dissipated. The confrontation between Gu Fei and the incarnation of the Thunder Tao Sovereign was actually evenly matched. No one had the upper hand. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning silently broke through the void and directly blasted onto Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, Gu Fei only felt his body tremble, and he was directly sent flying. Countless bolts of lightning directly rushed out from the incarnation of the Thunder Tao Sovereign. They were like countless tentacles, bombarding the flying Gu Fei. Buzz! In the next moment, the 9 heavenly stars sword in Gu Fei's hand let out a crisp sword cry. Then, Gu Fei swung the 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand fiercely. 9 rays of sword light immediately rushed out from the 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand. A terrifying murderous aura suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth, causing the entire world to lose its color. Gu Fei displayed the 9 heaven-punishing swords. This was the supreme sword Tao divine ability. When cultivated to the highest realm, a single slash could destroy a region. Although Gu Fei had yet to cultivate the 9 heaven-punishing swords to the final realm, the power displayed by this slash was shocking. The 9 rays of sword light emitting a monstrous, murderous aura directly destroyed the countless bolts of lightning and directly slashed at the body of the Thunder Tao Sovereign. Wherever the sword light passed, it seemed to be able to cut through everything. This was the power of the 9 heaven punishing swords, known to be able to cut through the heavens with a single slash. The Thunder Clan Sovereign's incarnation was also extremely powerful. The 9 rays of sword light of annihilation penetrated his body, unable to harm him in the slightest. It was as if he had become one with the surrounding lightning. Gu Fei was taken aback. At the same time, the figure instantly closed in on him. With a huge hand, it directly grabbed at Yi Fuqian's head at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei only had time to reach out with his right hand and directly met the figure's hand. He was using the secret word, none, of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The moment the hand of the Thunder Dao Sovereign's incarnation touched Gu Fei's hand, it instantly turned into nothingness. The power of the secret word, none, instantly enveloped the Thunder Dao Sovereign's incarnation. In the next moment, the endless lightning emitted by the Thunder Dao Sovereign's incarnation suddenly dimmed. The endless power of the lightning was turned into nothingness by Gu Fei's secret word, none. Primordial Spirit, Sword of the Way. Gu Fei did not stop. With a roar, he used another of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A figure rushed out of his forehead and turned into a sword shadow. With a flash, the sword shadow actually cut off the head of the extreme lightning ancestor's incarnation. Gu Fei's 9 sky punishing swords had not been able to harm the extreme lightning ancestor's incarnation at all. He did not expect the primordial spirit, Sword of the Way, to be able to harm the incarnation. This was truly a case of one thing conquering another. Gu Fei's primordial spirit, Sword of the Way, specialized in cutting the opponent's primordial spirit. This imprint of the great Tao was actually a different kind of primordial spirit imprint. The extreme lightning ancestor's incarnation was not defeated just like that. His figure dissipated in the void, but in the next moment, endless lightning gathered. A figure appeared before Gu Fei once again. This person was the extreme lightning ancestor's incarnation. Although the extreme lightning ancestor's incarnation did not return to the heavenly path, his battle prowess was much weaker after being slashed by Gu Fei's sword. Again, Gu Fei's battle intent surged as he directly charged at the extreme lightning ancestor. Chapter 37:61. High up in the sky, beneath the tribulation clouds, Gu Fei battled the extreme lightning ancestor. The 2 figures fought in the sky, shaking the entire world. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions, terrifying to the extreme. The tribulation clouds in the sky tumbled violently, as if something was about to rush out of them. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds of collisions kept ringing out as Gu Fei was blasted away. His entire body was enveloped by 9-colored lightning, but with a shake of his body, the lightning enveloping him was immediately shaken off. At the same time, the lightning-shaped spear stabbed straight at Gu Fei's forehead. In an instant, it was less than half a foot away from Gu Fei's forehead. So fast! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. In the next moment, his body suddenly became transparent, and the spear's spearhead pierced right through his forehead. It was as if it was stabbing the air, without any point of impact. At the same time, Gu Fei pounced forward and directly hugged the Supreme Incarnation. In the next moment, the incarnation of the extreme lightning ancestor was directly devoured by his divine body. Gu Fei desperately operated the returning truth secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The power of the Way of Thunder that was devoured into his body was turned into the most primitive spiritual energy of the world, which was then devoured by him, becoming a part of his own power. However, the power of the Way of Thunder was too powerful. Even if Gu Fei frantically operated the returning truth secret technique, he would not be able to completely refine such a huge amount of power in a short time. At that moment, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a supreme Way of Thunder. Blinding lightning constantly rushed out of his 7 orifices, and the power of the Way of Thunder kept rampaging in his body. His flesh and bones were destroyed by the powerful power of the Way of Thunder, only to be reborn again. Gu Fei's primordial chaos body was constantly transforming, becoming more and more powerful. His flesh and bones were constantly smelting the immortal power of the Way of Thunder from the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei was the only one who dared to use the power of tribulation lightning to temper his body. After the lightning Tao sovereign's incarnation was devoured by Gu Fei, it did not return to the heavenly Tao. Instead, it wanted to rush out from Gu Fei's body. Humph! Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. 9 primordial chaos Tao seals rushed out of his body and imprinted themselves on his body, sealing the extreme Thunder Ancestor incarnation in his body. The power of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao erupted at full force, the secret art of none, and the secret art of returning truth. These 2 secret arts circulated wildly. A figure kept struggling on Gu Fei's body. It wanted to rush out, but it was sealed by the 9 chaos primordial Tao seals. It couldn't rush out at all. Brat, well done. Ha! At that moment, the disheveled old man's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. How could Gu Fei have the time to pay attention to this guy at a time like this? Several hours passed, and Gu Fei fought to the death with the extreme Thunder Ancestor's incarnation sealed in his body. He almost let the incarnation break out of his body several times. The tribulation clouds shrouded the entire area. At that moment, the people outside were shocked. There was suddenly no powerful aura coming from the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds. No one knew who was injured and who was defeated. At that moment, the battle between Gu Fei's army and the lightning Tao Sovereign's army had reached a climax. After the extreme Thunder Ancestor's incarnation was devoured by Gu Fei, the lightning Tao Sovereign's camp began to show signs of defeat. Soon, the lightning Tao Sovereign's camp was routed without any warning. Gu Fei's army pursued and sent these guys back to the heavenly path. Some of the lightning Tao Sovereign's imprints were already very weak. As long as they were defeated, the imprints would shatter in the void and disappear completely. After another half a day, Gu Fei finally refined the extreme Thunder Ancestor's incarnation. This time, endless divine light descended from the sky. As he bathed in the divine light, an unbelievably powerful life force poured into his body. Gu Fei felt as if the heavenly voice was ringing in his ears. The next moment, Gu Fei felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation had finally loosened. He was about to take that step. Gu Fei passed the first wave of sovereign heavenly tribulation. The moment Gu Fei refined the extreme Thunder Ancestor's incarnation, the second wave of sovereign heavenly tribulation began. The next moment, towering divine flames rushed out of the ground and enveloped Gu Fei. Before Gu Fei could rejoice, he found himself in the sea of flames. Of course, given his cultivation, the divine flames that came out of the ground could not hurt him at all. Earth fire! To think that it's earth fire! The disheveled old man's voice sounded once more. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire! Gu Fei, who was trapped in the sea of flames, was extremely frustrated. To think that the second wave of sovereign heavenly tribulation would be the earthly fire heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Gu Fei did not know why this was happening either. These were all extremely powerful heavenly tribulations. If this was the case from the start, wouldn't the third and fourth waves be even more terrifying? I've said it before. This place is different from other places. The chances of success for sovereign heavenly tribulations here are very slim. The disheveled old man said. At this moment, fiery patterns of the great Tao began to appear within the divine flames. The power of the divine flames instantly increased by several times, causing the void to distort from the heat. Gu Fei decided to sit cross-legged in the void again. He circulated his mystic arts and frantically devoured the surrounding essence, qi of heaven and earth. The 9 heaven stars, sword in his hand, shone brilliantly in the divine flames. After being tempered by the divine flames, the extreme Tao aura emanating from the 9 heaven stars, sword became even stronger. At this moment, the sky blue immortal golden battle robe that Gu Fei was wearing was also gradually transforming. Be it the 9 heaven star sword or the sky blue immortal golden battle robe, they both had the chance to break through to the extreme Tao realm and become extreme Tao weapons. Rumble! At this moment, the heaven and earth shook. An almost transparent, divine flame rose from the ground. The power of this divine flame was clearly much stronger than before. There were many types of fire in the world. The connate true fire was one of the strongest types of fire. There were also the lunar fire, purple yang fire, etc. At this moment, the almost transparent divine flame was the connate true fire. The terrifying connate true fire could smelt almost everything in the world, but it could not smelt anything that was imperishable. Gu Fei remained motionless, allowing the connate true fire to burn his body. He was even using the power of the connate true fire to temper his martial body in a frenzy. This was too crazy. If others were to find out, they would definitely fall to the ground in shock. This fire tribulation was something that everyone would be lucky to avoid. However, Gu Fei did not avoid it. Instead, he invited the fire onto himself. It was also because of Gu Fei's craziness that his martial body was as strong as a Tao weapon in human form. It could directly go against a true Tao weapon. This was the advantage of a warrior and also the confidence of a warrior. They could ignore Tao weapons because they themselves were stronger than Tao weapons. Chapter 3762. A genius in a second remembered to go away. Shuo.net, providing you with wonderful novel reading. It was no secret that a martial artist had a powerful martial body. In the past, the extreme grade martial ancestor could definitely use his martial body to fight against an extreme grade Tao weapon. It was not an easy task to cultivate the extreme path martial body. Meanwhile, in a valley in the Primogenitum mountain range, the second wave of Gu Fei's sovereign heavenly tribulation finally began. After the heavenly lightning, it was the earth fire. The power of heaven and earth was not something that mortals could resist. If one wanted to obtain great power, he would have to break through all the shackles and obstacles to achieve the ultimate leap. Gu Feipen stood in the void. He was actually attracting the fire to burn his body. He was not like other cultivators who directly blocked the earth fire that was burning towards him. At this moment, the tribulation cloud shrouded the void. Under the tribulation cloud, the laws of heaven and earth were extremely chaotic. Even the divine sense of an extreme grade supremacy would be obliterated if it entered the range of the heavenly tribulation. This was why even an extreme grade supremacy could not detect the situation of Gu Fei's tribulation. Everyone could only watch from the outside, but they could not see anything. They could only feel the various fluctuations of power coming from the heavenly tribulation. This ancestor Ingtian is simply courting death. Someone said gloatingly, "Hee, since this ancestor Ingtian dared to come here to undergo the tribulation, he must be confident." Someone expressed a different view. After all, the ancestor Ingtian was the founder of the Ingtian sect. Such an existence would naturally not be stupid enough to court death. We'll know soon enough if he can do it. Some people who had a grudge against the ancestor Ingtian naturally wanted to see the ancestor Ingtian suffer. Outside the heavenly tribulation, more than a dozen powerful figures stood quietly in the void. The aura emitted from the blurry figures shocked everyone. Everyone stayed far away from the figures, not daring to get close. These guys were not real extreme grade supremacies, but the divine sense incarnations of an extreme grade supremacy. Even a divine sense incarnation could suppress the ages. Everyone was waiting. After all, the success rate of undergoing the tribulation in the Primogenitum mountain range was basically 0. Most people thought that it was only a matter of time before ancestor Ingtian died. Although he had withstood the first wave of the tribulation, it didn't mean that he could withstand the second wave. There were a total of 9 waves of extreme path, heavenly tribulation. The further one went, the more powerful and monstrous the heavenly tribulation would be. Some people described it as the 9 heavens that needed to be broken through to become an extreme path sovereign. Each wave of heavenly tribulation was a heavenly tribulation. Only by truly breaking through the 9 heavens could one become an extreme path sovereign. At this time, Gu Fei had already broken through the first heaven, and the earth fire was the second heaven. At this time, the almost transparent earth fire engulfed him. The core temperature of the earth fire was so high that it could even melt immortal materials. The consequence of Gu Fei drawing the fire into his body was that his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all burned into clear air, dissipating into the void. Love, go small, say, Netkuhi watched helplessly as his hair, skin, and flesh melted in the almost transparent earth fire. This was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. The pain that came from his body almost drove Gu Fei crazy. It almost exceeded the limit that Gu Fei could bear. This was also a kind of training, an extreme kind of training. The terrifying earth fire even burned into Gu Fei's bones, igniting his marrow. The sovereign heavenly tribulation was constantly changing, and the power of the earth fire was constantly increasing. Gu Fei's entire body was left sitting cross-legged in the endless earth fire. The earth fire was burning, and the almost transparent earth fire lasted for an hour before receding. However, another kind of earth fire emerged from the ground. Black lotuses rushed out of the ground and flew towards Gu Fei. These weren't real black lotuses, but the transformation of the extreme Yin black flame. This extreme Yin black flame was also a kind of earth fire, and the source of the extreme Yin black flame was the legendary 9 underworlds. However, this was only a legend. No one knew where the source of the extreme Yin black flame was, not even the primogenitor of the Black Flame clan in the ancestral god realm. The black lotuses formed by the black flames directly entered Gu Fei's bones. Gu Fei's bones emitted endless primal chaos Tao patterns. But at this time, these powerful Tao patterns couldn't stop the black lotuses. The black lotuses entered his bones and burned his marrow. At this moment, the primordial spirit fire in Gu Fei's skull was violently beating. No one knew what kind of pain Gu Fei was enduring. This kind of torture could make a quasi-supreme go crazy, but Gu Fei was silently enduring it. The extreme Yin black flame wasn't able to burn Gu Fei's bones. The primal chaos chi was vast and mighty on his bones, and endless primal chaos Tao patterns were interweaving. The Tao patterns imprinted on his bones were all awakened, and they were all emitting the primal chaos power of the great Tao. The extreme Yin black flame didn't just bring destruction. It also brought a trace of heaven and earth Tao rhythm. This kind of Tao rhythm couldn't be cultivated by cultivators and could only be obtained through tribulation. This was also the reason why, when a cultivator reached a certain cultivation realm, heaven and earth would send down a heavenly tribulation. This was the reaction between the cultivator's great Tao and the heavenly Tao. A cultivator's Tao had to fuse with the heavenly Tao in order to achieve a leap in Tao. Therefore, humans and heaven and earth were existences that complemented each other. Any being above the mortal realm would understand this logic. However, it was hard to say who would be able to truly grasp this profound meaning. At this time, the heavenly Tao was supplementing Gu Fei's great Tao, and Gu Fei's great Tao was gradually transforming towards perfection. An hour later, the extreme Yin black flame receded, and fine cracks appeared on Gu Fei's bones, as though they could shatter at any time. This wasn't a good thing for Gu Fei. The next moment, the primal chaos power erupted from within Gu Fei's bones, and the cracks on his bones disappeared rapidly, being repaired by the primal chaos power. Rumble! The ground was sinking, and at this time a fire dragon rushed out of the ground and swallowed Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. This At this time, the disheveled old man who was guarding at the side was shocked. He didn't expect the sovereign heavenly tribulation to be this sick. That fire dragon was extremely powerful, and after swallowing Gu Fei, it actually crashed into the void. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire heaven and earth shook. The void that seemed empty was immediately filled with countless array patterns. The array patterns intertwined, forming a shocking array that blocked the fire dragon. F***CK, I have to make a move. The disheveled old man didn't show himself, but he couldn't let the fire dragon take Gu Fei away. If he left this valley that was filled with arrays, the chances of Gu Fei successfully transcending the tribulation would be slim. You have the fire dragon, and I have the dragon slayer saber. Saber, come! As the disheveled old man shouted, an immortal saber light flew over from afar. With a flash of the saber light, a huge dragon head flew up. Chapter 3763. Genius in a second, remember love, go away. The web provides you with exciting novels to read. Slaughtering a dragon with a single slash. This scene was absolutely shocking. However, apart from the disheveled old man, no one else could witness this scene. The blade light summoned by the disheveled old man was actually a peerless, ominous blade. Once this ominous blade was unleashed, even a real fire dragon would be slain in a single slash, let alone a fire dragon formed from a great Tao imprint. That fire dragon actually dissipated in the void after being slashed by the ominous blade. It turned into a dim, great Tao imprint that soared into the sky and disappeared into the dark void. After the fire dragon disappeared, a ball of primordial spirit light appeared in the void, emitting endless divine light that illuminated the entire world. Around the primordial spirit light, boundless primordial chaos chi surged. Primordial chaos Tao patterns appeared indistinctly within the primordial chaos chi. Gu Fei's skeletal body had already disappeared, leaving only a ball of primordial spirit light. As the fire dragon was slain, the great Tao imprint returned to the heavenly Tao. The earthly fire tribulation disappeared, and the blade light, formed by the ominous blade, flew back. At this time, the third wave of the heavenly tribulation had yet to be launched. Gu Fei took this opportunity to reconstruct his physical body. Within the boundless primordial chaos chi, a skeletal body appeared. This was the connate chaotic primordial martial body that was formed directly from the primordial chaos chi. When the skeletal body appeared, flesh and blood began to grow. Soon, a domineering figure appeared under the tribulation clouds. Reconstructing his physical body only took a few breaths of time. To Gu Fei, this was too easy. At this time, his black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were like cold stars, and his slender body was absolutely perfect. At this time, Gu Fei was filled with a feeling of strength from head to toe. Just as Gu Fei finished reconstructing his physical body and martial body, a despairing aura of destruction descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Then, in the silent world, a gust of wind blew. That's right, it was wind. Rascal, be careful. This is the wind tribulation. The disheveled old man's voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. What wind tribulation? Gu Fei was startled. What was going on? Heavenly tribulations were usually lightning tribulations, but wind tribulations were rarely seen. Wind was formless and traceless. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a chill run down his spine. He only felt a gentle breeze blowing over, but in the next moment, the martial body that he had just reconstructed collapsed in the void and turned into a bloody mist. In the next moment, the blood mist was blown away into the void, leaving behind only a ball of primordial spirit light. How is this possible? No one knew better than Gu Fei how powerful his reconstructed martial body was. It was several times more powerful than the martial body that had been burned into nothingness by the earth fire. However, even such a powerful martial body was blown into a bloody mist by a gentle breeze. How was this possible? Be careful not to get your soul blown away, the disheveled old man reminded. He did not want to fight every single time. After all, it was impossible for one to become an invincible supreme being without the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. The disheveled old man would only fight at the most critical moment. At this moment, a gentle breeze lingered around Gu Fei's primordial spirit light. This was probably the most terrifying breeze in the world. The inconspicuous wind was actually so powerful. This was something that Gu Fei could not imagine before this. The wind tribulation was fully activated. The primordial chaos energy that was emanating from Gu Fei's primordial spirit light was constantly blown away by the gentle breeze. Even the void sealed by the 9 primordial chaos Tao runes could not completely block this wind force. Gu Fei's primordial spirit was trembling. This was something that had never happened before. Even the previous 2 waves of the heavenly tribulation could not truly shake his primordial spirit. However, it was different this time. The power of the wind tribulation could actually threaten his primordial spirit. It seemed like the real show was about to begin. Ordinary peak, quasi-supreme beings might not even be able to withstand the first wave of the heavenly tribulation. They would not be struck by the heavenly tribulation and perish in body and soul. One had to know that this was the primogeniture mountain range. The power of the heavenly tribulation would be even stronger here. Gu Fei defended with all his might. However, his primordial spirit light was still gradually dimming. It was constantly being worn down by the power of the wind tribulation. If it had been an ordinary quasi-supreme, they would have long been destroyed by the wind tribulation. Gu Fei was still persevering. He would not die so easily. No one was willing to die. Gu Fei still had many things to do, so he was even more unwilling to die. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a life-saving method. To him, all the divine abilities and secret techniques created by other supreme beings were just life-saving methods. These weren't divine abilities or secret techniques that belonged to him. Gu Fei was very ambitious. He wanted to smelt the myriad Taos and sublimate them to the extreme. He wanted to create his own extreme battle techniques and divine abilities. Boom! In the next moment, Gu Fei's primordial spirit light suddenly shone brightly. 9 primordial chaos Tao seals rushed out of the primordial spirit light and obliterated the surroundings. The power of the wind tribulation around him was dispelled. However, an even stronger gust of wind descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Gu Fei's primordial spirit light. The originally powerful primordial spirit light dimmed once again. This time the wind roared. A blurry figure appeared in the void. It disappeared and appeared at times like the wind, drifting erratically. Even Gu Fei could not sense the existence of this figure, let alone where it would appear in the next moment. It was definitely not an easy task to destroy the figure formed by the great Tao imprints. The 3rd wave of the heavenly tribulation would not disappear until it was destroyed. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. Kill! A soul will rippled from Gu Fei's primordial spirit light. In the next moment, endless primordial chaos qi surged violently. 9 blurry figures appeared in the primordial chaos qi. The 9 figures directly charged towards the erratic figure. Murderous intent was earth-shattering. The 9 figures directly forced the mysterious figure into a corner and were about to kill him. However, a breeze blew in the next moment, and the 9 figures directly dissipated in the void. They had actually broken through his secret technique in an instant. Afterwards, he used the nothing character of the 9 secrets of immortals without even thinking. The power of the nothing character was extremely great. It could turn anything tangible or intangible into nothingness. The wind of tribulation that swept towards Gu Fei's primordial spirit completely dissipated in the void, turning into nothingness. At that moment, Gu Fei's martial body was reconstructed once again. His powerful figure stood there, radiating an overbearing aura. The world seemed to pale in comparison. However, the power of the invisible wind tribulation kept increasing, as if it was endless. It shocked Gu Fei. Chapter 3764. Genius 1, Second, Remember Love, Go Away. To provide you with exciting novels to read. The wind tribulation was formless and traceless. When the person undergoing the tribulation sensed the existence of the wind, it was already too late. They would be destroyed by the power of the wind tribulation. Gu Fei's chaotic, primordial martial physique was extremely powerful. Even if he was attacked by the power of the wind tribulation, he could still withstand it and wouldn't be destroyed. What Gu Fei had to deal with was the blurry figure that appeared in the wind tribulation. It was an unfathomable living being formed by the mark of the great Tao. This living being was definitely not the peerless wind god in the legends of the human world and heavenly world. It was the most ancient living being in the ancestral realm. This living being cultivated the great Tao of wind and grasped the perfect profundity of the power of wind. This kind of existence could be tangible or intangible, making it impossible to guard against. In the ancestral realm, the most terrifying wind tribulation was the one that triggered the mark that this ancient living being had left on the heavenly Tao. Once the mark of the heavenly Tao of this ancient creature was touched, only death awaited those cultivators who cultivated the great Tao of wind. It seemed that no one had ever survived. This living being was the ancestor of the Wind Clan that had disappeared for countless years in the ancestral realm, the Wind Sovereign. However, in the current ancestral realm, the Wind Clan had already become a thing of the past. This clan had completely disappeared in the long river of time. If the Wind Sovereign was still in the ancestral realm, the mark that he had left on the heavenly Tao would probably be much more powerful. Gu Fei would probably be in trouble. At this moment, Gu Fei had already reconstructed his martial body. Powerful waves of chaotic primordial force erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Boom! Gu Fei suddenly slapped forward without any warning. With a muffled sound, an almost transparent figure was forced back by Gu Fei's palm. The mysterious living being in the wind tribulation was making a move. Be careful. This fella is equivalent to the incarnation of the Wind Sovereign. Once you kill this fella, the wind tribulation will naturally disperse. The disheveled old man's voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. Then why aren't you helping me kill him? Gu Fei roared at the sky. This god of the mountain and river cauldron was just a mouth cannon. He was all talk and no action. This guy was probably waiting until I was about to die before he made a move. Even though Gu Fei was filled with resentment, he knew that the disheveled old man was doing this for his own good. He wanted him to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Once he made the final leap and became an extreme supremacy, he would possess even greater power. Great power was not easy to obtain. Gu Fei had already passed the thunder tribulation. Not only did the heavenly thunder bring about destruction, but it also contained the Tao of immortality that he had grasped and comprehended. The profound meaning of the thunder Tao was evolving in his primordial spirit, gradually turning into a thunder mark. In addition to the thunder mark, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was also branded with a fire mark, a fire Tao mark. This kind of immortal Tao mark represented the pinnacle of Tao, and it was brought to Gu Fei by the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, he had also captured the Tao of Wind Tao. This Tao of Wind was corroborated with his own Tao, and a wind mark was about to take shape in his primordial spirit. Of course, only when Gu Fei completely defeated the Wind Clan ancestors' Heaven Tao mark could he truly cultivate the Wind Tao mark and grasp the power of wind. At this moment, Gu Fei's spiritual will was fully released. Within a radius of 3,000 feet, his spiritual will was like liquid water, rippling in the void, and could even be seen with the naked eye. Such a powerful spiritual will only enveloped a radius of 3,000 feet with Gu Fei as the center. The spiritual will was extremely concentrated. and even the figure formed by the Wind Clan ancestors, Heaven Dao mark, couldn't escape the detection of Gu Fei's spiritual will. This also meant that the ancient and dangerous Wind Clan ancestors, Heaven Dao incarnation, was only 3,000 feet away from Gu Fei. For a moment, it didn't attack Gu Fei. The Heaven Dao incarnation had its master's battle skills and experience. Gu Fei was fighting with the Wind Clan ancestor, and this was a different kind of battle. If Gu Fei lost this battle, then he would die, and there was nothing more to say. If other people encountered the Wind Clan ancestors' Heaven Dao incarnation, they would have lost all hope. However, Gu Fei wasn't someone who believed in heresy. He firmly believed that he could crush his opponents, even if his opponent was the Heaven Dao. If he didn't have the confidence of an expert, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't be able to reach this step. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar as he charged forward. An expert should advance courageously and destroy everything that stood in his way. At this moment, Gu Fei used the 5 elemental fists that he had created. The power of the 5 elements immediately gathered on his fists. As he punched out, boundless divine fire immediately rushed out from his fists, instantly enveloping the entire sky in front of him. Towering divine fire appeared in the sky, burning half the sky red. The void that was enveloped by the divine fire was burned until it was distorted. The fire elemental power that erupted from Gu Fei's punch actually included the power of the fire runes that he had gathered when he went through the divine tribulation. In the sea of fire, a figure was moving quickly. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His glabella suddenly opened, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning rushed out from it, bombarding the figure in the sea of fire. The mysterious figure was almost transparent, but in the sea of fire, it had to reveal itself. The figure had to retreat. That was the power of lightning. If it were to be hit, even the Heaven Dao incarnation would suffer a great impact. Moreover, even if the ancestor of the Feng clan did not disappear and came in person, it would be impossible to break through the layers of killing formations that the disheveled old man had set up in a short time. Gu Fei had the world's fastest movement technique, the Desolate Steps. With his current level of cultivation, he could cross millions of miles in an instant with a single step. This speed was even faster than teleportation portals. It should be noted that teleportation portals needed to be activated, but Gu Fei could take a step at any time. Gu Fei appeared next to the almost transparent figure in an instant. He extended his hand, and a suction force that seemed to devour the sky enveloped the figure. However, in the next moment, the figure disappeared, as if it had suddenly melted into the void around it. Its aura also disappeared without a trace. Good heavens! Gu Fei could not help but be moved. In the next moment, the power of his divine will erupted, and his powerful divine will spread in all directions. Countless faint, unsubstantial figures seemed to appear in the void. This was the manifestation of divine will. The entire valley was like a ripple that spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, there was nothing that could hide. Die! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and pounced forward. Violent energy spread out in all directions. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the mysterious figure. However, in the next moment, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Every crack was as thin as a strand of hair. Gu Fei was shocked. He did not dare to delay. In the next moment, powerful Dao patterns rushed out from the sky blue immortal gold armor he was wearing. The Dao patterns that rushed out from the sky blue immortal gold armor imprinted themselves forward and blocked the invisible wind blades. However, at this moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Then his head fell off. This shocked Gu Fei to an unimaginable level. In the next moment, his head and body exploded, turning into a mist of blood. This, the Wind Clan ancestor's embodiment of heavenly Dao, who was hiding in the void, was shocked. At this moment, even the sky blue immortal gold armor Gu Fei was wearing was torn apart. The 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand was also broken into several pieces, turning into scrap metal. In the next moment, the mist of blood suddenly shrunk. Then, a figure appeared in the boundless bloody light. An even more powerful aura than before exploded from Gu Fei's body. Every time he was blasted into a mist of blood by the power of the heavenly tribulation, the reconstructed martial body would be much more powerful than before. This was Gu Fei's trump card. The wind tribulation was still wreaking havoc. However, this time, Gu Fei learned his lesson and did not let the power of the wind get close to him. He waved his hand, and the broken sky blue, immortal gold armor flew back to him. He put it on, and the broken armor once again glowed with great vitality. The broken armor quickly repaired itself. Soon, a perfect sky blue immortal gold armor appeared on Gu Fei's body, emitting an immortal aura. Gu Fei's 9 heavenly stars sword was the same. The scrap metal regained its immortal divinity. The broken sword reconnected and fused into one. This time, it wasn't just a person undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Even Gu Fei's sky blue immortal gold armor and 9 heavenly stars sword had to undergo the lightning tribulation before they could become extreme Dao weapons. Just as Gu Fei was repairing the armor and sword, a gust of wind appeared without warning. The sound of howling wind filled the sky. At this moment, the Wind Clan ancestors' embodiment of heavenly Dao was finally going to go all out. Come on. Gu Fei closed his eyes and stood quietly in the void with the 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand. In the next moment, an endless gust of wind surrounded Gu Fei. Within the gust of wind, one could vaguely see several figures. Before Gu Fei could do anything, the endless power of wind suddenly contracted. The violent power of wind blew the void around Gu Fei. The Wind Clan ancestors' embodiment of heavenly Dao was hidden in the gust of wind, becoming one with it. At the same time, a force descended from the sky. It was the 9 heavens' astral wind. As it descended, everything in its path was torn to shreds and destroyed. I'll suck. Gu Fei suddenly lifted his head, opened his mouth, and sucked. He actually swallowed the 9 heavens' astral wind that descended from the sky. If anyone were to see this scene, it would definitely shake the entire ancestral realm's cultivation world. It should be known that Gu Fei had swallowed the 9 heavens' astral wind in one gulp. Who would dare to do something so crazy? The 9 heavens' astral wind was a type of wind elemental power. This kind of wind would not appear on the ground unless someone summoned it down from the 9 heavens. Only then would this wind elemental power appear in front of Gu Fei. All right, it's time. Gu Fei suddenly uttered these words. Chapter 3765. The Wind Clan's primogenitors, heavenly Dao incarnation, actually summoned the 9 heavens' astral wind. With the support of the Wind Clan's primogenitors' heavenly Dao incarnation, this kind of wind elemental wind could easily destroy a quasi-supreme. Within the 9 heavens' astral wind, invisible wind patterns interweaved. It was impossible to see wind patterns with the naked eye. The power of the wind Dao had always been known for its strangeness. It came and went without a trace, making it impossible to guard against it. However, the wind also had a nemesis, the earth. No matter how the wind howled, it wouldn't budge. At this moment, Gu Fei activated the power of the earth. Endless earth qi rose from the earth, and the thick earth qi immediately obstructed the power of the wind tribulation. The endless earth qi seemed to have condensed into an unshakable earth, as if a part of the earth had risen. As the earth qi rose into the air, the power of the 9 heavens' astral wind was dispersed. Moreover, the dusky earth qi spread out, making it impossible for the Wind Clan's ancestor to hide. A hideous creature appeared under the shroud of the earth qi. Die! Gu Fei bellowed. Boundless earthen qi instantly gathered on his right hand, and a Haurengaya appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he slashed at the creature, shrouded in earthen qi. Swoosh! The Haurengaya was invincible. It directly cut through the void, and the sword light flashed by, actually splitting the creature in half with a single strike. Success! Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. After slashing the Wind Sovereign's heaven's incarnation, the wind tribulation would dissipate. However, before Gu Fei could finish his joy, the strange beast dissipated in the void. In the next moment, the strange beast appeared in the blurry earth chi again. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Wasn't it going to return to the heaven's path after being sliced in half by his sword? How could it condense into a form? This fella is quite capable. The disheveled old man had been watching from the side and didn't make a move. At this moment, he had to remind Gu Fei. Stinking brat, this guy is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Put in more effort. The disheveled old man continued. Just help me deal with him, Gu Fei said in annoyance. Haha, it's better if you settle it yourself. The disheveled old man laughed out loud. This was only the third wave of the heavens' tribulation. There were still 6 more waves, and he had plenty of opportunities to strike. Therefore, there was no rush. This fellow. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the ancestor of the Wind Clan was already pouncing towards him. The strange beast was like a gust of wind. Everywhere it passed, the thick earth chi in the surroundings was blown away. Good heavens, is he going all out? Since the disheveled old man did not make a move, Gu Fei had no choice but to do it himself. The next moment, the power of earth burst forth from his body. In fact, he had already grasped most of the mysteries of the 5 elements. Roar! An extremely shocking roar resounded in the void. 9 gigantic dragon shadows appeared around Gu Fei. These were the great earth dragons. They were formed completely from the power of earth, and each of them was much larger than a mountain range. The 9 dragon shadows were like 9 ancestral veins of the earth, circling between the heavens and earth. Even the spectators outside the heavens' tribulation could see the scene. Under the extreme tribulation clouds that shrouded the entire area, 9 huge dragons suddenly emerged. The aura emitted from each of the dragons was so strong that even the incarnations of the extreme supremes could not help but be moved. The 9 dragons roared into the sky. A violent aura of the extreme Tao emanated from the terrifying dragon shadows, causing the entire world to tremble and tremble. What's going on? The spectators outside the heavens' tribulation were all dumbfounded. They watched this scene with their mouths agape. Everyone was nervous to the extreme, especially those quasi-supreme beings. They were staring at the 9 terrifying dragon shadows below the heavenly tribulation. Any one of these 9 dragons could easily crush a quasi-supreme being. Gu Fei had already passed the first 2 waves of the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation. His body had already condensed a trace of the extreme Tao power. His martial body carried a trace of the aura that only a true extreme supremes would have. He was already invincible among his peers. Now he could even crush all existences that were not extreme supremes. Even Sankei and those fake supremes could be easily killed. It's only the 3rd wave of the heavens' tribulation, and it already has such power. If he succeeds, won't he be able to do whatever he wants in the primogenitor realm? At this moment, the 12 extreme supremes were communicating with their spiritual wills. Old Ancestor Ingtian was merely the founding ancestor of a second-rate force. Even if he had a heaven-defying encounter, his cultivation wouldn't suddenly become so strong that he would dare to go to the primogenitum mountain range to undergo the heavens' tribulation. After all, who would dare to enter the primogenitum mountain range to undergo the heavens' tribulation without at least 50% confidence? As for the extreme supremes of the primogenitor realm, they more or less knew some secrets about the primogenitum mountain range. The primogenitum mountain range was the source of the earth ancestor vein of the entire primogenitor realm. In terms of the age of the earth ancestor vein's existence, There wasn't any world that had an Earth ancestor vein that was older than the Earth ancestor vein of the primogenitor realm. The Earth ancestor vein of the primogenitor realm was the most ancient Earth ancestor vein in the entire universe. Legend had it that terrifying life forms were still being nurtured in the depths of the Earth ancestor vein. However, even the extreme supremes of the primogenitor realm didn't dare to enter the Earth ancestor vein of the Primogenitor mountain range. That was because a supreme had completely disappeared after entering the Earth ancestor vein, never to return. Hence, from then on, the Earth ancestor vein of the primogenitor realm became a forbidden area for the supremes of the primogenitor realm. In the entire primogenitor realm, extreme supremes were definitely existences that could do whatever they wanted. However, in this boundless universe, there were also many places that even extreme supremes didn't dare to set foot in. In the primogenitor realm, there were still things that could terrify extreme supremes. One had to know that even among extreme supremes, there were differences in strength between them. Although it was rare for supremes to fight, it wasn't absolute. In the primogenitor realm, there was a shocking incident where extreme supremacy had fallen. Can't we let him succeed? One of the extreme supremes probed. One had to know that the consequences of causing karma with someone undergoing a tribulation were very serious. All the extreme supremes could already tell that the person undergoing the tribulation was faintly emitting an aura that made even their hearts palpitate. It was obvious that the person undergoing the tribulation had prepared an extremely powerful backup plan to deal with any accidents that might occur during the tribulation. That person definitely had the protection of an extreme supremacy. Who would be willing to offend a mysterious and unfathomable extreme supremacy? None of the supreme beings said anything. None of them were fools. They knew that they couldn't say something like that out loud. Otherwise, the supreme beings guarding the other side would definitely sense it. Chapter 3766. Extreme supremes had a mysterious sense of their own karma. Those supremes instinctively felt that if the existence in the Primogenitor mountain range successfully passed the sovereign heavenly tribulation, it would be a threat to them. Some extreme supremes could even deduce the cause and effect through secret techniques. Of course, they had to pay a huge price. Some extreme supremes instinctively felt threatened, but they couldn't tell where this threat came from. All they knew was that they couldn't let the fellow in the Primogenitor mountain range successfully pass the tribulation. However, no one would say it out loud. The karma involved was too great. Making a move during someone else's tribulation would definitely result in a life-or-death situation. No one was willing to get involved with such karma. The extreme supremes didn't move, but an invisible black hand was pushing something. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't know that other threats besides the heavenly tribulation were approaching him. The disheveled old man didn't expect that someone would dare to plot against Gu Fei at this time. One had to know that the sovereign heavenly tribulation was no joke. If one was affected by the heavenly tribulation, the outcome would definitely be tragic. At this moment, Gu Fei went all out. 9 earth elemental dragons, formed by the power of the earth, rushed down from the sky and pounced on the Wind Clan ancestors' Heaven Path incarnation. An unimaginably powerful earth elemental force erupted. The Wind Clan ancestors' Heaven Path incarnation seemed to be stuck in the mud, and his movements actually slowed down. The Wind Clan ancestor wasn't a human, but an extremely ancient living being. No one knew how long he had lived, but the Heaven Path imprint he left on the Heaven Path incarnation was still extremely powerful even after countless years. However, the Primogenitor realm definitely didn't lack supreme figures who cultivated the Wind Great Tao. Over the years, there were definitely people who challenged the Wind Clan ancestors' Heaven Path imprint. That was because Gu Fei discovered that there was a bloody hole in the middle of the ancient living being's brows, and blood was seeping out. Of course, this was only the Heaven Path imprint incarnation and not the real Wind Clan ancestor. However, everything was so realistic that it could be mistaken for the real one. At this moment, the Wind Clan ancestor roared into the sky. His body suddenly enlarged, and he stood up from the ground. The entire valley only reached his calves. The Wind Clan's ancestor was extremely ferocious. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the 2 dragons that were charging at him. Then he smashed the 2 dragons together. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 dragons exploded and turned into 2 streams of earth essence, dissipating in the void. At the same time, the remaining 7 dragons charged forward. 2 dragons entangled the Wind Clan ancestor's body, for dragons entangled the Wind Clan ancestor's limbs, and the last dragon bit the Wind Clan ancestor's head. Roar! The progenitor of the Foam clan roared in fury. This ancient beast trembled as the power of the wind calamity erupted. The formless wind actually blew away the scales of the dragon coiled around him. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, revealing bones. The 7 great earthen dragons were also fighting with all their might. Even though the power of the wind calamity had reduced them to their skeletal bodies, they still tightly bound the Wind Clan progenitor. However, the Wind Clan ancestor's embodiment of Heaven's Way was extremely powerful. In the next moment, an even more powerful wave of energy erupted from the Wind Clan ancestor. This time, the 7 giant dragons that were coiling around the Wind Clan's ancestor actually crumbled. The progenitor of the Wind Clan was enraged. The boundless power of the wind tribulation erupted from his body and dispersed the essence of the earth around him. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly appeared and stabbed the bloody hole between the Wind Clan ancestor's eyebrows with a sword. Roar! The Wind Clan ancestor let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, as if someone had cast a spell on him, he stood there motionlessly. After Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword stabbed between the Wind Clan ancestor's eyebrows, a crack appeared there. It was like the most exquisite porcelain had been smashed. Waves of power of the wind calamity seeped out from the crack. Gu Fei only felt an invisible wind rushing towards him. His face hurt as if it was cut by a knife. Gu Fei wanted to pull out the 9 heaven stars sword from between the Wind Clan ancestor's eyebrows. However, his hand sank and he couldn't pull it out. At this moment, countless cracks appeared on the Wind Clan ancestor's body. An extremely violent power of the wind calamity was about to explode. Gu Fei let go and decisively retreated. Boom! With a loud bang, the Wind Clan's ancestor's heavenly path embodiment actually exploded. This explosion was extremely terrifying. Boundless wind calamity power erupted in an instant. This was simply like an existence that was infinitely close to the extreme, grade, suddenly self-destructing. The earth elemental power that enveloped the entire valley was blown away. The vast power of the wind calamity blew Gu Fei away. Even with the protection of the sky-blue immortal golden battle armor, his chaotic primordial martial constitution was still severely injured. Half of his body was blown away. His clothes were tattered, but no blood seeped out. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, it was impossible for his blood essence to leak out. It would only condense in his body. This guy, Gu Fei, flew out for tens of miles and crashed into the layer of divine light that the disheveled old man had set up. He then rebounded and fell to the ground. At this moment, the power of the disheveled old man's formation finally showed. The extremely terrifying power of the wind calamity was blocked by the power of the formation. Rumble! The void that was enveloped by the formation shook violently. The void that was enveloped by the formation was collapsing and annihilating. The entire valley disappeared, leaving only a bottomless hole. The horrifying destructive power spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. Just as he was about to be enveloped by the power of destruction, a divine light suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! The ground shook and an ancient monument appeared in front of him. This was the Three Boundaries Monument. The Three Boundaries Monument emitted a ball of divine light that enveloped him and blocked the terrifying power of the wind calamity. The Three Boundaries Monument was frantically devouring Gu Fei's power. The power it released was extremely powerful and easily blocked the mighty power of destruction. I don't have much, but I have a lot of extreme saint weapons. Wait, why does the Three Boundaries Monument need his power to activate? Old man, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Gu Fei suddenly roared at the sky. The god of the mountain and river cauldron was too lazy. He didn't want to use any strength at all. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 3767. Gu Fei was extremely frustrated. The mountain river cauldron's god could have used the three-boundary steel if he wanted to, but he had to force him to pay for it. The three-boundary steel was actually devouring his power and using it to activate it. Old man, you win. Gu Fei waved his fist and roared at the sky. Brat, I'm helping you. Don't be ungrateful. The disheveled old man was hopping mad. Why didn't this guy understand his efforts? In fact, he was slacking off, and he was slacking off openly. Gu Fei couldn't say anything about it. Got it, got it. Gu Fei was speechless. Even if he knew that the disheveled old man was slacking off, there was nothing he could do. The other party would definitely have all sorts of reasons to refute him. In the end, it would definitely be his fault. It's good that you know. Humph. The disheveled old man's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. At this moment, the wind tribulation dissipated. A weak heavenly Tao imprint rushed out of the dust and soil. It broke through the sky and returned to the heavenly Tao. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. This time, he had found the right opportunity to injure the Wind Clan ancestors' heavenly Tao incarnation. The power of the heavenly Tao imprint would naturally be greatly reduced. This way, the chances of others activating the heavenly Tao imprint in the future would increase. Gu Fei was benefiting all the tribulation transcenders that came after him. At this moment, Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation still showed no signs of disappearing. Not only did it not disappear, but the power of the heavenly tribulation was actually increasing. The area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation had truly become a no-go zone. Even the spirit consciousness incarnations of the extreme grade supremes that were watching the show outside the heaven realm couldn't help but retreat, unwilling to be affected by the power of the heavenly tribulation. They were only spirit consciousness incarnations, not even the true incarnations of the extreme grade supremes. If they were affected by the power of the heavenly tribulation, their spirit consciousness incarnations would also be in danger of being destroyed. At this moment, the valley in the middle of the area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation had already disappeared. The power of the self-destruction of the Wind Clan ancestors' heavenly Tao incarnation was so strong that it destroyed the entire valley. A huge bottomless pit had appeared where Gu Fei had been. The pit was still absorbing the essence of the earth. After the wind tribulation, the next wave of heavenly tribulation was still brewing. It didn't start immediately. Although heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it often left a chance for the person undergoing it to survive. The next wave of heavenly tribulation did not descend immediately. This was a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. He immediately took out a small jade bottle, uncorked it, and poured a drop of divine liquid into his mouth. After directly ingesting the droplet of divine liquid, his tattered, martial body healed at a visible rate in the next moment. A tremendous life force erupted from his body. The droplet of divine liquid allowed Gu Fei to recover to his peak condition in just a few seconds. Even the shattered 9 heavenly stars, sword, and sky blue immortal gold battle armor flew back to Gu Fei. Countless fragments blossomed with dazzling divine light. Under the guidance of Gu Fei's power, they were formed into a divine sword and a celestial robe in front of him. Gu Fei put on the sky blue immortal gold battle robe and grasped the 9 heavenly stars sword. His aura was much stronger than before. The medicinal liquid of the immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine is indeed monstrous. No wonder even an extreme-grade sovereign wants to obtain it. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he sensed the power in his body rising. A single drop of liquid had such a heaven-defying effect. He had never expected it to have such a heaven-defying effect. For the sake of this extreme path, heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei had put in a lot of effort. He deliberately entered his inner world and found the immortal ancestral dragon herb in the depths of his inner world. Then he asked for 9 drops of the immortal ancestral dragon herb's medicinal liquid, which are the 9 drops of immortal ancestral dragon herb's blood essence. The extreme Tao supremacy, heavenly tribulation, had 9 waves. So Gu Fei had asked for 9 drops of essence blood from the immortal ancestral dragon medicine. Gu Fei initially thought that he would need to use a drop of the immortal ancestral dragon's blood essence in each wave of the heavenly tribulation. However, he managed to endure the first and second waves of the heavenly tribulation until the third wave, where he had no choice but to use the immortal ancestral dragon's blood essence. In Gu Fei's opinion, the 9 drops of blood essence of the undying ancestral dragon herb were his 9 lives. One must know that a single drop of the immortal ancestral dragon herb's blood essence could even revive a dead person. With these 9 drops of immortal ancestral dragon herb's blood essence, Gu Fei was confident that he could survive this heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation was full of uncertainties. Therefore, even if Gu Fei was well prepared, he would still face the danger of dying under the heavenly tribulation. At this time, as the wind tribulation dissipated, Gu Fei could feel some kind of change in his body. A wind rune emerged from between his brows and then disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. However, he knew that this wind rune was extremely powerful. The lightning pattern of the sky lightning, the fire pattern of the earth fire, and now the wind pattern. Out of the 9 great Tao patterns, there were still 6 Tao patterns that had yet to experience the ultimate heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. He saw that the originally pitch-black tribulation clouds had changed color. High up in the sky, the tribulation clouds were vast and mighty, and the power of the 5 elements was condensing. This shocked Gu Fei. Sky lightning, earth fire, and wind were the 5 elements. How was this possible? Moreover, wasn't the earth fire tribulation the fire tribulation of the 5 elements, heavenly tribulation? Wouldn't this heavenly tribulation repeat itself? Just as Gu Fei was filled with questions, the 5 elements tribulation in the sky began to activate. Bolts of 5-colored tribulation, lightning, struck down from the 5-colored tribulation clouds. Every bolt of 5-colored lightning tore through the void and struck Gu Fei instantly. At this moment, the disheveled old man had already kept the 3 boundary stone. Without the protection of the 3 boundary stone, Gu Fei's hair stood on end. Smoke came out of his nose and his face was black. He was in an extremely wretched state. The power of the 5 elements tribulation lightning was much stronger than the first wave of the sky lightning. Even though Gu Fei was wearing the sky blue immortal gold battle robe, he was still almost killed. Roar! Faced with the bolts of 5 elements tribulation lightning descending from the sky, Gu Fei roared and waved the 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand, destroying the 5 elements tribulation lightning that was constantly striking down. Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was indomitable. He wasn't like most people who were only thinking about how to defend against the heavenly tribulation and only think about how to survive the duration of the heavenly tribulation. His heavenly tribulation was one where he took the initiative to attack and not defend passively. However, to Gu Fei's shock, the 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand was smashed into pieces by a 5 elemental tribulation lightning that fell from the sky before he could block 105 elemental tribulation lightning bolts. Although the 9 heavenly stars sword was smashed into pieces, the fragments still carried an immortal divinity and floated around Gu Fei. This, Chapter 3768. Gu Fei had never imagined that his fourth wave of the extreme path, heavenly tribulation, would be the five elements heavenly tribulation. This five elements heavenly tribulation was also a rare heavenly tribulation. Even in the long cultivation history of the ancestral realm, the five elements heavenly tribulation had only appeared a few times. But now, Gu Fei had actually triggered the five elements heavenly tribulation. Compared to the sky lightning tribulation, earth fire tribulation, and wind tribulation, the five elements heavenly tribulation's power couldn't even be compared to the previous three heavenly tribulations combined. This was because the 9 heavenly stars sword in Gu Fei's hand had only blocked less than 100 of the five elements heavenly tribulation before it was smashed into pieces by the five elements heavenly tribulation. However, the fragments of the 9 heavenly stars sword didn't turn into scrap metal. They continued to float around Gu Fei. Every fragment, even the tiniest fragment, was emitting an immortal divine light. Without a sword, I'll use my fists to smash this five elements heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He looked up into the sky, his long hair dancing behind his head. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical, primordial chaos power erupted from his body. The countless fragments of the 9 heaven stars sword floating around him actually rushed into his body in the next moment. This was a martial arts battle technique that Gu Fei had cultivated early on. It was a true human weapon fusion battle technique that allowed one to obtain the power of a divine weapon. The 9 heavenly stars sword was a weapon that Gu Fei had refined himself. Using his martial body to nourish the divine sword was originally an alternative method of weapon refinement for Gu Fei. Rumble! The 5-colored tribulation clouds came crashing down from the sky. Endless 5 elements, heavenly tribulation descended, forming a terrifying sea of 5 elements, heavenly tribulation that drowned Gu Fei below. Roar! At the same time, 5 figures followed the 5 elements heavenly tribulation down from the 5-colored tribulation clouds in the sky and directly attacked the sea of 5 elements heavenly tribulation. These 5 figures were extremely powerful. As they descended at the same time, the power of the entire 5 elements heavenly tribulation soared several times. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 terrifying figures surrounded Gu Fei, who was in the middle of the 5 elements lightning sea. What? As Gu Fei blocked the 5 elements tribulation thunder that bombarded from all directions, he was also on guard. He was very surprised that the great path imprint of the 5 elements tribulation thunder had been activated so quickly. It must be known that the power of the great Tao brand was the most powerful force that the heavenly tribulation used to obstruct the heavenly tribulation. It would usually appear at the end, but now these fellows who were supposed to appear at the end had actually jumped out so quickly. The 5 illusory figures were definitely extremely dangerous existences. If he was not careful, Gu Fei would be killed by these 5 fellows and perish. Naturally, Gu Fei didn't want to die. In the next moment, his body shook and 5 illusory figures rushed out from his body and attacked the 5 figures. A great battle broke out. The power of the 5 elements heavenly Tao brand left behind by the 5 peerless experts was too strong. If it had been anyone else, they would have wet themselves in fear when faced with such a heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei immediately created 5 clones and attacked those fellows. However, a scene that left Gu Fei in disbelief happened. He saw that his 5 clones couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other party and were directly dispersed. At the same time, the 5 figures closed in on Gu Fei and attacked at the same time. 5 palms landed on Gu Fei's body at the same time. Even though Gu Fei was wearing the sky blue immortal gold armor and had merged with the 9 heaven stars sword, he still couldn't withstand the attack. Bam! In the next moment, Gu Fei's physical body collapsed into a mist of blood. There seemed to be no power in the world that could withstand the combined attack of the 5 heavenly Tao brand. Gu Fei was very strong. He had withstood the first 3 waves of the heavenly tribulation. However, the 4th wave was too strong. What an insane heavenly tribulation! At this moment, even the disheveled old man who was overseeing the endless killing formation couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that the power of the heavenly tribulation in the Primogenitum mountain range would be insane. However, he didn't expect it to be so insane. At this moment, the blood mist that Gu Fei's martial body collapsed suddenly gathered together and completely recovered in the blink of an eye. Boom! He directly sent the wood element supremacy's heavenly Tao incarnation flying with a punch. At the same time, the other 4 experts attacked at almost the same time and once again blasted Gu Fei into pieces. However, even if he was blasted into pieces, he could still reconstruct his martial body in the shortest time possible. At this moment, the ancestral dragon immortal herb's blood essence that Gu Fei consumed had yet to dissipate. Gu Fei was experiencing unimaginable hardships. Roar! Gu Fei roared as he fought against the 5-5 elemental supremacy. These 5 elemental supremacy were all existences close to the extreme Tao. Gu Fei was continuously blasted into pieces. The 9 heaven stars, sword, and sky blue immortal gold battle armor were already beyond recognition. However, the fragments of these 2 quasi-supreme Tao treasures were also bathed in the 5 elemental tribulation lightning. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly grabbed one of the wood elemental divine being's heavenly Tao incarnation's arm and pulled with all his might, ripping the wood elemental divine being's arm off. However, he was also being attacked by the heaven's Tao brand of the other 5 elemental deities. This was a method that would cause both sides to suffer. However, these 5 elemental deities were just another type of existence formed from the heaven's Tao brand. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei immediately used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. In the next moment, the power of the chaotic reversal secret art erupted from his body, causing the void around him to distort. All of the 5 elemental tribulation lightning that was heading towards Gu Fei were all shifted away by his chaotic reversal secret art. Gu Fei channeled the chaotic reversal secret art with all his might. The 5 elemental supremacies, heavenly Tao incarnations, actually started fighting against each other. If this scene was seen by outsiders, it would definitely cause an uproar. Unfortunately, other than the disheveled old man, no one else had the chance to witness it. The 5 elemental supremacies, heavenly Tao incarnations, attacked with all their might. Under the influence of Gu Fei's chaotic reversal secret art, the 5 elemental supremacies, heavenly Tao incarnations, started fighting. Although the wood element supremacy's arm was severed by Gu Fei, flesh and blood quickly grew back from the severed arm. In just a few breaths' time, a completely intact right arm appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. Even though the 5 elemental supremacies, heavenly Tao incarnations, were extremely powerful, the 5 elemental supremacies, heavenly Tao incarnations, were fighting intensely. The power of the 5 elemental supremacies, heavenly Tao incarnations, immediately weakened. Soon, the 5 elemental supremacies, heavenly Tao incarnations, suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the 5 figures collided with each other and disappeared at the same time. A figure that was much stronger than before appeared in the void. 5 elemental supremacy as one. Chapter 3769. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. The 5 heavenly Tao imprints actually clashed together in an instant. Then, a scene that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate occurred. The 5 heavenly beings disappeared. The power of the 5 elements intertwined, and a silhouette that made the entire world shudder appeared before Gu Fei. 5 elements combined? There's such a transformation. If Gu Fei said he wasn't shocked, it would be a lie. Though the 5 heavenly beings were powerful after combining, they would be even more terrifying and powerful. This heavenly being was emitting an endless amount of heavenly light from head to toe. His entire being emitted a terrifying chi, as if before him everything else was like an ant. Roar! This heavenly being howled into the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying sound wave expanded, and even half of the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed. The entire heaven and earth shook. The extremely stable primogenitor realms heaven and earth void had black spatial cracks. This was absolutely shocking, to know that they were inside the ancestors' mountain range and not outside. The ancestors' mountain range was where the ancestors' vein of the earth was located. The space here was much more stable than the outside world. Even a demigod might not be able to shatter the space here. Yet now, this heavenly being merely howled and cracked the space. Watch out! Just then, the disheveled old man's voice arose. Whoosh! Just then, the heavenly being suddenly stared at Gu Fei. Rays of light shot out of his eyes that were hundreds of meters long. Like sharp swords, they pierced through the space. What? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei was taken aback. This celestial being seemed to be different from the rest. He had never seen such an existence before. Could it be that this person, Gu Fei, thought of a possibility, and his scalp felt numb? If this is true, then this person is truly heaven-defying. Amazing. While Gu Fei was still in shock, the deity suddenly disappeared into the void without any warning. The deity's speed was so fast that even Gu Fei was shocked. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei flew backwards. Before Gu Fei could react, a fist had already smashed into his chest. The sound of bones breaking came from Gu Fei's body. He felt as if he had been hit by an immortal mountain, and he was sent flying thousands of meters away. He looked down and saw that there was a fist mark on his chest. The fist mark had penetrated deep into his body. This god sent Gu Fei flying with a single punch. The combat strength he displayed was heaven-defying enough. If others saw this, it would definitely shake the entire primogenitor realm. Gu Fei possessed the strongest martial body and had also fused the 9 heaven stars sword into his body. At this moment, he was absolutely invincible among his peers. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei without any warning. The deity extended his right hand, and a devouring force immediately surged out from his palm, enveloping Gu Fei in an instant. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten. Then he flew towards the god uncontrollably. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei charged towards the deity. With a single punch, the entire heavens and earth trembled. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 fists instantly collided. A violent and powerful force immediately erupted, and a figure was sent flying. The person who was sent flying was actually Gu Fei. Even Gu Fei himself could not believe that he was sent flying by a guy that was created by the heavenly Tao. How was this possible? Although it was hard to believe, the truth spoke louder than words. The 5 heavenly Tao marks of the 5 elemental gods could actually merge into one and become such a powerful existence. This was something that Gu Fei could never have imagined. Die! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, a giant foot came down from the sky and stomped down on the god's head. A terrifying force came out of Gu Fei's right foot. The space below his foot immediately collapsed. He was using all his strength. This was the first step of the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolate steps, also known as the first kill. However, Gu Fei's extremely ferocious first step was actually blocked by the deity with a seemingly casual raise of his hand. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was once again sent flying. This god actually broke his 8 steps, 8 kills secret technique. This was something that no one could have imagined. This god was like a supreme being attacking. Because of this, even Gu Fei could not remain calm. This was only the 4th wave of heaven's retribution, and such a terrifying guy had already appeared. Although this was only a silhouette formed by the heavenly Tao marks, this was the first time that Gu Fei had encountered such a powerful existence. If it was any other peak quasi-supremes, they would have already given up all hope. However, Gu Fei would not. He would only become stronger and stronger, becoming invincible. Roar! Gu Fei roared and charged back. Bang! Boom! Shocking sounds of impact could be heard continuously. Gu Fei was going all out. He directly performed the secret technique of rising to the heavens and stimulated his potential. A terrifying and violent energy exploded from his body. Gu Fei crazily operated the secret technique of rising to the heavens and stimulated the potential in his body to the maximum. His cultivation actually rose by several times in an instant. Buzz! He used his finger as a sword and drew a line in the air. The extremely sharp sword light forced the celestial being to retreat. Gu Fei followed up with another attack. 9 immortal sword lights rushed out from his body and rushed towards the god at an extremely fast speed. That god seemed to have an independent consciousness. He was also performing his killing technique and fighting with Gu Fei. Wherever the two powerhouses went, everything was mercilessly obliterated. Brat, put in some more effort. The disheveled old man was also extremely nervous. One must know that if Gu Fei were to die under the heavens' retribution, everything that he had done previously would be in vain. What's going on? At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt that something was amiss. At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky were gathering and shrouding the surroundings. A strong wave of energy came down from the tribulation clouds, shocking the heavens. The 5th wave of heaven's retribution is coming. Gu Fei mumbled to himself while fighting with the god. That god was very strong. He was the strongest incarnation of the heavens that Gu Fei had ever encountered. The 5 elements combined into yin and yang, causing the qi of the 5 elements to spread out in all directions. Boom! The energy wave from the body of the figure continued to rise. Soon, the void around him began to vibrate. The energy that erupted from his body shook the void around him. This was definitely the moment when the figure was at his strongest. Without any hesitation, the silhouette attacked again. He struck out with his palm, and the entire world was instantly blocked by a huge hand. This was definitely the heaven-encompassing palm. This was a battle technique that Gu Fei had cultivated, the heaven-encompassing palm. The moment the heaven-encompassing palm was used, it was absolutely shocking. The huge palm slapped down on the figure. Boom! With a loud bang, the heaven-encompassing palm that was even bigger than a mountain slapped the figure into the ground, leaving a huge palm print on the ground. The surroundings of the palm print were filled with smoke and dust. The ground cracked and collapsed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. This was the power of the heaven-encompassing palm that Gu Fei had performed with all his might. With his current cultivation base, when he used the heaven-covering palm, the power that erupted from the heaven-covering palm was naturally even more powerful and terrifying. Boom! In the next moment, the huge palm print on the ground suddenly exploded. A figure rushed out from the sky, full of dust. All right, I'm done playing. Gu Fei became serious. He waved his fists, and the power of the 5 elements surged. He directly performed the 5-element fist and smashed it at the figure. Monstrous, divine fire immediately engulfed the figure that rushed out from the ground. However, the mysterious figure seemed to have disappeared. Even Gu Fei used the secret technique of ascension to stimulate his own imprint to the maximum. How is this possible? Gu Fei was very surprised. He knew that the figure would not be able to return to the heavens so easily. However, he could not sense the existence of the figure. Good Lord! Gu Fei knew that the figure was definitely using a secret technique. It was a secret technique similar to the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-emptiness secret technique. Otherwise, no one would be able to easily hide from Gu Fei and not be discovered by Gu Fei. Be careful! At this moment, the disheveled old man's voice suddenly rang in Gu Fei's mind. Then, Gu Fei felt his body tremble. In the next moment, he turned into a cloud of blood mist. In the blood mist, a ball of primordial spirit light floated. This was what Gu Fei wanted to protect. Once the primordial spirit was destroyed, even if his cultivation was heaven-defying, he would become a walking corpse. In the next moment, the blood mist disappeared and an extremely powerful figure appeared in the void. Gu Fei had actually reconstructed his physical body in an instant and returned to his peak state. At this moment, a terrifying aura reappeared in the sky. The power of the ultimate god formed by the fusion of the 5 elements gods had far exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. Initially, when the disheveled old man said that the success rate of passing the heavenly tribulation here was very low, Yi Fuqian did not think much of it. Now, it seemed that passing the heavenly tribulation here was not a good thing. Be careful. At this moment, the disheveled old man's voice rang out. He was warning Gu Fei, but did not make a move. This guy, Gu Fei, was speechless. Was the disheveled old man really going to make a move only when he was tortured to the point of death by the heavenly tribulation? Chapter 3770. Gu Fei did not expect his sovereign's heaven's test to be so insane. It was only the 4th wave of heaven's test, and he was already on the verge of collapsing. Bang! Without any suspense, with a muffled sound, Gu Fei was once again punched into a mist of blood by the ultimate god. The disheveled old man could not help but be moved. However, the disheveled old man did not plan to help. After all, the heaven's test was to be faced by the ultimate god and not someone else to block it for him. 5-element fist. Gu Fei displayed his self-created battle skill. The powerful 5-elemental fist force seemed to be able to destroy everything. Every time he threw a punch, the ferocious fist force would turn into a huge dragon that pounced towards the ultimate god. The fist force turned into a dragon that shook the earth. The power of Gu Fei's 5-element fist was no longer the same as before. With a single punch, even a quasi-supreme being would be smashed into smithereens. However, such a powerful fist force was like child's play in front of the ultimate god. With a casual slap, the dragon-shaped fist force was sent flying away and dissipated in the void. The ultimate god took a step forward and casually attacked. However, he was able to break through Gu Fei's 5-element fist. This made Gu Fei extremely unhappy. Boom! The ultimate god pointed his finger, and Gu Fei was sent flying into the sky. With a bang, he was smashed into pieces in the void. What? With the fighting power of an ultimate god, he was simply suppressing Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei would not give in so easily. It was just a heaven's test. He did not believe that a heaven's test would take his life. Rumble! Suddenly, a blinding lightning appeared in the void. Every lightning tore through the void, and the destructive aura spread in all directions. It was terrifying. A figure that looked like an ancient god of thunder appeared in the endless lightning. The energy ripples that erupted from the figure were extremely similar to the first wave of heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had faced. This person was none other than Gu Fei. This wasn't his primordial chaos power, but rather the power of lightning formed from primordial chaos power. Primordial chaos energy was originally heaven and earth ancestral energy. It could evolve into all sorts of powers in the world. Gu Fei had already grasped the thunder mark when he was undergoing the heavenly lightning tribulation. At this moment, the power of the thunder Tao surged from his body, as if he had become the incarnation of the thunder Tao sovereign. Kill! Gu Fei roared in anger. He waved his right hand, and an endless amount of destructive lightning shot towards the ultimate god. It covered the sky and covered the earth. However, the ultimate true god walked towards Gu Fei step by step as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The lightning bolts that bombarded him were all blocked 3 feet away from his body. The void where the ultimate god was had become a special space. Other than the power of the 5 elements, no other power could exist in this space. What is this, an absolute domain? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. This fellow was incredible. It seemed that this fellow really possessed a certain degree of independent will. But how was this possible? This had broken Gu Fei's understanding of the incarnation of the heavenly way. It was the first time he had seen such an existence. It was unbelievable. One must know that the heavenly way was heartless. The heavenly mark was just a projection left behind by the experts who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Such a projection should not leave behind any willpower of the experts who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, there was no time for Gu Fei to think too much, as the ultimate God had already arrived in front of him. An endless amount of lightning struck towards the ultimate God from all directions. However, no matter how strong the lightning was, it could not penetrate 3 feet of the void around the ultimate God. Without any suspense, the ultimate God broke through the layers of lightning and pointed towards Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei's martial body instantly shattered in the void. This time he was heavily injured, and even his primordial spirit became dimmer. To Gu Fei, this was definitely not a good thing. However, Gu Fei was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Very quickly, he formed his martial body real body again, and a strong ripple of energy was emitted from his body. When he formed his martial body again, the aura and ripple of energy emitted from Gu Fei's body became even stronger. This time it was a test for his 5 elements Tao. The ultimate God was the pinnacle of the 5 elements Tao. As long as he defeated the ultimate God, he would be able to obtain the 5 elements profound. However, it would not be easy to defeat the ultimate God this time around. The ultimate God was too strong, and he was formed from the fusion of 5 heavenly Tao marks. Again, Gu Fei roared, and an endless amount of fire elemental energy erupted from his body. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth was covered by an endless amount of divine fire. The ultimate God was also engulfed by the endless divine fire. Within the sea of fire, there were faintly discernible fire lotuses. This kind of fire elemental energy was definitely able to smelt immortal materials. It was the divine fire that countless weapon crafting grandmasters yearned for. The more powerful the weapon crafting grandmaster, the higher the grade of the divine fire that he needed. Gu Fei also knew how to forge weapons. He could be considered half a weapon crafting grandmaster. The 9 heaven stars sword that he forged was his masterpiece. At this moment, the 9 heaven stars sword merged with Gu Fei's martial body. Gu Fei was blasted into a mist of blood, and the 9 heaven stars sword was smashed into pieces. The sky blue immortal golden battle armor that Gu Fei was wearing was also smashed a few times. However, the 2 quasi-supreme fairy weapons were reformed together with his martial body. At this moment, the 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's body and the sky blue immortal golden battle armor that he was wearing started to form a subtle connection. There was a weak breath of life coming from within the 2 quasi-supreme Tao weapons. To Gu Fei, this meant a lot. Although the heavens trial brought destruction and death, it also brought a ray of hope. You have no chance. At this moment, the ultimate God that was formed by the heavenly mark actually emitted a wave of spiritual will. What? When a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind, his expression instantly changed. What's going on? Could it be that I've guessed correctly? The ultimate God actually had its own consciousness and could communicate with Gu Fei. He had never encountered such a thing before. Rumble. The ultimate God's body suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly strong wave of the 5 elemental energy. The entire heaven and earth shook from the wave of energy that was emitted from his body. Are you the only one who knows how to show off? Gu Fei transmitted a message to the ultimate God in disdain. At this moment, the ultimate God opposite of Gu Fei attacked again. The next moment, the godly fire that filled every inch of the void was extinguished by the ultimate God's water elemental energy. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be dumbfounded. The ultimate God's water elemental energy was extremely strong, and water was the nemesis of fire. As such, It was impossible for Gu Fei to defeat the ultimate god with his fire elemental energy. Swoosh! The endless, godly fire dissipated in the void. In the next moment, there was a whistling sound of wind coming from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the power of the great wave of wind was emitted from Gu Fei's body, and the surrounding water elemental energy was immediately blown away. Streams of invisible wind blades flew towards the ultimate god. The ultimate god did not use any powerful secret skills. He was surrounded by the 5 elemental energy and easily blocked the countless wind blades. However, when the ultimate god struck out with his fist, there was no dazzling divine light and no strong ripples of energy. However, with such a palm, Gu Fei's extremely strong martial body, 9 heaven stars sword, and the sky blue immortal golden battle robe were all shattered in the void. Roar! Gu Fei roared towards the sky. Endless wind elemental energy exploded from his body, and a terrifying aura engulfed the entire heaven and earth. However, it seemed to be useless. The wind elemental energy could not harm the ultimate god at all. The ultimate god was so strong that it was hard to imagine. After exchanging 2 blows, Gu Fei was killed by the ultimate god. To be more accurate, he was turned into a blood mist by the ultimate god. There was a faint divine light in the blood mist. How is this possible? Gu Fei could not believe it. This was only the 4th wave of the sovereign heaven's tribulation. This was only the 4th wave of the sovereign heaven's tribulation. Was he going to be stuck here? Was he going to be stuck here? No one could answer these questions for Gu Fei. This time, Gu Fei took a lot more time to recover than before. Gu Fei had no choice but to continue. However, he soon realized a problem. It was not a good thing for him to fight with the ultimate god like this. The void he was in was sealed by a formation. He could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As such, he could not absorb the essence of heaven and earth to recover and strengthen his cultivation and fighting power. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was doomed. If he could not absorb the essence of heaven and earth, no matter how strong Gu Fei was, he would be exhausted to death in the end. This was a crisis. At this moment, as Gu Fei's martial body was reborn, a strong wave of energy exploded from his body. This time, the 5 elemental energy exploded from his body. Gu Fei finally used the power of the 5 elemental Tao. 5-colored divine light exploded from his body and lit up the entire dark heaven and earth. At this moment, 2 5 elemental Tao masters were confronting each other in the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Even the spectators outside the heaven's tribulation could feel the waves of the 5 elemental energy. Chapter 3771. In the Primogenita mountain range of the Primogenita realm, a small half of the mountain range was shrouded in tribulation clouds. On this day, almost all the supremes in the Primogenita realm were alarmed. More than a dozen supremes appeared outside the Primogenita mountain range with their divine senses. This was the first time someone was undergoing a supremacy heavenly tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range. Before this, no one had ever dared to undergo a supremacy heavenly tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range. That was because no one was willing to fail at this stage. In everyone's opinion, only a madman would undergo a supremacy heavenly tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range. By now, everyone had already guessed that the person undergoing a supremacy heavenly tribulation in the Primogenita mountain range was definitely not the Ingtian Patriarch. After all, the Ingtian Patriarch didn't have the guts to undergo a supremacy heavenly tribulation. However, why would the Ingtian Patriarch spread the news of him undergoing a supremacy heavenly tribulation? Many people smelled a conspiracy, but no one knew why the Ingtian Patriarch would do this. Meanwhile, the supremacy heavenly tribulation continued, and more cultivators gathered outside the Primogenita mountain range. Many experts in faraway places received the news a little late. but there were still countless experts coming to the Primogenita mountain range. In the entire Primogenita realm, the most eye-catching and sensational event was none other than the supremacy heavenly tribulation. Even some super antiques that had disappeared for countless years had once again appeared in front of the world, which shocked everyone. At this moment, someone was already saying that the person inside had already endured the first 3 waves of the supremacy heavenly tribulation and was currently contending with the 4th wave. When this news spread, everyone was extremely shocked. The fella inside is simply heaven-defying. Exactly. If it were us, I'm afraid we would have been defeated by the first wave of the supremacy heavenly tribulation. You're amazing, my brother. Although the spectators outside the Primogenita mountain range couldn't see the situation inside and couldn't sense anything, the supreme existences could still deduce which wave of the supremacy heavenly tribulation Gufei was undergoing from the vast changes in the heaven and earth powers inside the Primogenita mountain range. In the void enveloped by the supremacy heavenly tribulation, the heaven and earth laws were extremely chaotic. Any divine senses that entered the void would be directly obliterated. Even extreme Tao sovereigns did not dare to challenge the heavenly tribulation because this was the Primogenita mountain range and not some ordinary place. No one knew what would happen. Rumble. At this time, in the center of the heavenly tribulation, 2 powerful figures were confronting each other. 2 supreme powers of the 5 elements were constantly colliding in the air. The space between the 2 great experts was actually constantly collapsing under the collision of the 2 5 elements powers. Then, under the effect of the world energy, it was constantly repaired over and over again. Who the hell are you? Gufei stared at the ultimate true God formed by the 5 elemental imprints and said, "The heavenly Tao was heartless, and the heavenly Tao imprint did not have its own consciousness. However, the ultimate true God who was fighting with Gufei seemed to have its own consciousness. How is this possible? You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that today is the day you die." The ultimate God Heavens will incarnation suddenly said, "Brat, looks like someone wants to make things difficult for you." Suddenly, the disheveled old man's voice rang out in Gufei's mind. "You know what's going on." Gufei quickly transmitted a message to the disheveled old man. However, on the surface, his face was still calm. "Only an honorable can affect the heavenly Tao," the disheveled old man said. What? Gufei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Could it be that my identity has already been seen through by those enemies? That seemed to be an impossible matter. He really did have many enemies in the Primogenita realm. Moreover, these enemies were all extreme grade paragons, especially the Wood tribe, which was even more impressive. When Gufei was in the ancestral god world, he had once killed an expert from the Wood race. The Wood race was in a terrible state and had no choice but to retreat in the end. Go and die. At this time, the ultimate true God suddenly roared and attracted the 9 heavens' 5 elemental lightning. Rays of 5-colored lightning descended from the sky and struck down on Gufei's head. This was truly the 5 lightning strike. "I don't care who you are, I'll kill you." Gufei let out a furious roar. He stretched out his right hand and sucked the 5 elements' divine lightning that came crashing down from the sky into his hand. Buzz! The void vibrated and a huge 5-colored lightning ball appeared on Gufei's right hand. The huge lightning ball was filled with the power of the 5 elements. Go! Gufei waved his right hand and the lightning ball flew towards the ultimate true God. In the next moment, the ultimate true God disappeared from the void and the terrifying 5-colored lightning ball exploded. Destructive energy spread out in all directions, and a huge black hole with a diameter of a few thousand feet appeared in the sky. 5 elemental wheel. Gufei immediately used his killer move. The power of the 5 elements surged between his hands, and a divine wheel of extermination appeared in front of him. In the next moment, the divine wheel soared into the sky and gave off boundless 5 elemental light that lit up everything. "Let's see where you can hide now." Gu Fei only saw a dark shadow passing through the void. He stretched out his hand and struck the dark shadow with his palm. In the next moment, a figure was knocked out of the void by Gu Fei's palm. At this moment, the 5 elemental wheel that was floating in the sky came down from the heavens and blasted the ultimate, true God down into the ground. This was the first time Gu Fei had the upper hand in the battle, and he was extremely excited. However, in the next moment, tragedy struck him. A ray of divine light shot up from the ground and hit him. Bang! Gu Fei's entire body collapsed in the void. At this moment, a resplendent primordial spirit light burst out from the blood mist. It was as though a godly sun had appeared in the dark heaven and earth, lighting up the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, the godly light dissipated and a figure appeared in the void. This person drew his bow and shot an arrow towards Gu Fei's primordial spirit light. Just as the ultimate true God's arrow was about to pierce Gu Fei's primordial spirit light, the arrow suddenly disappeared in the void as though it had turned into nothingness. At this moment, a powerful and overbearing figure appeared in the void. This person was Gu Fei. He had been reborn. After Gu Fei's rebirth, his fighting power had become even stronger against stronger opponents. Chapter 3772. It was no secret that an extreme Tao honorable could affect the heavenly way. Someone was plotting against Gu Fei and wanted to borrow the power of heaven's retribution to kill Gu Fei. This caused Gu Fei to be shocked and angry. "Despicable person, you want to kill me? You are not qualified." Gu Fei, who had reconstructed his martial body, said disdainfully towards the ultimate God that was formed from the heavenly way imprint, "Whether I am qualified or not, you will find out soon enough." Ultimate God grinned. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of 5 elemental extinction God light. His figure flashed and appeared in the distant sky. At this moment, Gu Fei lowered his head and saw a bloody hole through his chest, causing him to be in disbelief. The speed of the ultimate God was too fast. It was so fast that Gu Fei did not even have time to react, and his chest was pierced by the divine light. At this moment, the ghastly hole in Gu Fei's chest was quickly disappearing. His wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, normal attacks would not be able to harm his life. To kill him, one would need to use a special technique. Boom! At this moment, the ultimate God rushed over again. This time, Gu Fei suddenly shattered the void around him. When the ultimate God's divine light collided with Gu Fei, it rushed into the primal chaos. What? The ultimate God was shocked. At this moment, he was extremely terrified and wanted to rush out from the primal chaos. However, Gu Fei grabbed onto the ultimate God. In the next moment, a terrifying violent energy exploded from Gu Fei's body. The ultimate God, was scared out of his wits. Before he could react, boom! With a loud explosion, Gu Fei's entire body exploded. Self-destruct. He actually wanted to use the most extreme method to kill an ultimate God. Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. One of the 9 secrets, the Ascension secret art, cultivated the esoteric of life. To be honest, anyone who mastered the Ascension secret art wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. There was no suspense. Gu Fei had cultivated the primordial chaos martial body. The power that erupted from his self-detonation would probably move even a true extreme, Tao supremacy. Moreover, this was the land of primal chaos, so Gu Fei could attack without any qualms. Without any suspense, the ultimate true God formed by the heaven path imprint collapsed in the void. A resplendent imprint shot up into the sky, broke through the void, and appeared in the ancestors' world. The imprint suddenly split into 5 imprints, representing the 5 elements, before soaring into the sky and disappearing into the depths of the sky. No one expected Gu Fei to self-destruct to kill an ultimate God. very quickly. He reformed his martial body, and a heaven-devouring force surged out from his body, crazily devouring the essence left behind by the ultimate God. After devouring the essence left behind by the ultimate God, he quickly recovered his fighting power and rushed out of the land of primal chaos. At this moment, boundless life force descended from the sky and enveloped Gu Fei. The next moment, a 5-elemental Tao pattern appeared on Gu Fei's Yuanshan. The fourth wave of heaven's retribution finally dissipated. However, the fifth wave of heaven's retribution was still gathering. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Gu Fei raised his head and stared at the ever-changing retribution clouds in the sky. His expression was extremely solemn. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. He saw that the tribulation clouds in the sky had actually gradually turned into an incomparably huge yin-yang Tao diagram that appeared high in the sky. The retribution clouds in the sky also turned into 2 colors, one black and one white. Boundless yin and yang qi were gathering crazily. The retribution clouds in the sky pressured everyone to the point of suffocation. Gu Fei, who was in the center of the heaven's retribution clouds, was the first to bear the brunt of it. However, his expression did not change in the face of such a terrifying heaven's retribution clouds. Is this the fifth wave? At this moment, in the sky outside the Primogenitum mountain range, a blurry figure muttered to himself. The 5 elemental energy has disappeared and the yin and yang qi are gathering. This technique, an honorable martial artist said such words. The person in the Primogenitum mountain range actually survived the 4th wave of heaven's retribution clouds. To the cultivators outside the Primogenitum mountain range, it was too surreal. How is this possible? Countless of spectators exclaimed in shock. Yin-yang life and death calamity. Brat, your luck is really good. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was standing under the retribution clouds, suddenly trembled. The disheveled old man's voice rang in his mind again. Yin-yang life and death calamity? The moment Gu Fei heard the name of the heaven's retribution clouds, he knew that it was definitely and incomparably terrifying heaven's retribution clouds. You've always been undergoing the extremely rare heaven's retribution clouds. The disheveled old man was speechless as well. Gu Fei's luck was simply too good. If it was anyone else, they would have been blasted to smithereens by the heaven's retribution clouds. In reality, Gu Fei was exasperated. Was this the consequence of undergoing the heaven's retribution clouds in the Primogenitum mountain range? At this moment, there was no time for Gu Fei to ponder any further. That was because a figure walked out of the gigantic yin-yang diagram in the sky. Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. The moment the 5 elements life and death calamity was activated, the heavenly Tao imprint appeared in the form of a shadow. How is this possible? Even the disheveled old man was dumbfounded. It was the first time the heavenly Tao imprint had descended at the start of the heaven's retribution clouds. As the god of the mountain and river cauldron, the disheveled old man had existed for countless years and had witnessed the birth of many supremacies. It could be said that no one in the entire primogenitor realm could compare to the disheveled old man in terms of knowledge. Kill! The young expert that walked out of the tribulation clouds roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out. The seemingly casual punch of the young man actually exploded with immense power. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying once again as a series of hideous wounds appeared on his body. If not for the fact that his chaotic, primordial martial body was strong enough, he would have died a long time ago. At this moment, the wounds on Gu Fei's body were disappearing rapidly. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky. He had never felt as aggrieved as he did today. The heavenly Tao imprints that were formed from the heavenly Tao imprints were each stronger than the previous. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of these guys. But now the heavenly Tao imprints that were formed from the heavenly Tao imprints were truly strong to a heaven-defying extent. He had no advantage at all. He could only be abused, and very miserably at that. Come, I'm going to kill you with my fists. Chapter 3773. Gu Fei ended the fourth wave of the ultimate heavenly tribulation by exploding himself. However, when the fifth wave arrived, he couldn't help but curse. The fifth wave of the heavenly tribulation turned out to be an extremely rare and powerful heavenly tribulation, the yin-yang life-death tribulation. The yin-yang force was a test of life and death. If one wasn't careful, even someone as strong as Gu Fei would have to kneel, let alone the other participants. Once the yin-yang life-death tribulation appeared, almost no one could resist it. At this moment, the tribulation clouds above Gu Fei's head turned into a gigantic Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. An unimaginably powerful figure walked out from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Die. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei charged forward. However, in the next moment, tragedy befell him. The young man merely waved his right hand, and Gu Fei was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. This Gu Fei was shocked. This guy is too heaven-defying. I'm invincible among my peers. Yet this guy almost shattered my martial body with a wave of his hand? This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. The yin-yang force descended from the sky. In the void shrouded by the tribulation clouds, a strange scene appeared. In the void, the life force and death force intertwined. At times, the aura of life was vast and mighty. At other times, everything was growing. At other times, the aura of death exploded and everything withered. Although the figure of the young man who walked out from the yin-yang diagram in the sky was faint, the aura he emitted was unusually shocking. This guy was like a terrifying existence that walked between the yin-yang world and the yang world. It was as if the god of life and the god of death were in one body. Gu Fei also cultivated the yin-yang force and comprehended the yin-yang Tao. However, his yin-yang Tao was not so extreme. This guy clearly transformed the yin-yang force into the life force and death force. This was the yin-yang Tao. There was nothing wrong with the general direction. However, this extreme yin-yang Tao was also the life force and death force. The young man was like a supreme existence that controlled life and death. I don't care who you are. I'll blow you up with one punch. Gu Fei stared at the young man and said coldly, "Hee. A wave of divine will suddenly spread out from the terrifying figure." What? Gu Fei was taken aback. How could this fellow have his own will? Could it be that there was really someone powerful enough to affect the will of heavenly tribulation? Are you done yet? At that moment, the disheveled old man was extremely displeased as well. How dare someone strike at the person he was protecting? Wasn't that a slap to his face? In the next moment, a shocking murderous aura shot up into the sky from the area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. A mass of divine light emerged and directly enveloped the area. This ball of divine light was able to isolate all divine consciousness, but it could not isolate the power of the heavenly tribulation. This was the disheveled old man's doing. He wanted to isolate the power of some people's consciousness in an attempt to sever their influence on the heavenly Tao. The moment the ball of divine light appeared in a valley several 100,000 miles away from the Primogenitum mountain range, a black-clothed man sitting on a platform suddenly opened his eyes. "Hee, you want to use this kind of method to stop me? Dream on." The black-clothed man raised his head and looked up into the sky. In the next moment, an imprint rushed out from his glabella and shot into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the firmaments. What? The disheveled old man could not help but be shocked when he sensed it. He realized that the formation he had activated was useless. Someone had still forcefully attached their will onto the heavenly Tao. Using one's own will to affect the heavenly Tao was truly shocking. At that moment, even the disheveled old man could not think of any way to stop this. The disheveled old man could not sit still any longer. Initially, The success rate of Gu Fei's tribulation in the Primogenitor mountain range was already very low. Now that something like this had happened, Gu Fei's success rate would be even lower. If Gu Fei were to fail the tribulation, he would be in for it as well. Roar. At that moment, Gu Fei roared continuously as powerful chaotic primordial energy burst forth from his body. He was like an ancestral dragon that had rushed out of the primordial chaos, colliding with the young man continuously. Humph! The young man was extremely domineering. With a casual wave of his hand, he forced Gu Fei back continuously. Gu Fei's body was filled with cracks, as though he was a porcelain that could shatter at any moment. He's too strong. Old man, why aren't you coming out to help? Gu Fei could not take it any longer. In front of this guy, he was as weak as an ant. He could sense that this guy did not take him seriously at all and was merely toying with him. That pissed Gu Fei off. You'll have to rely on yourself to tide through this. The disheveled old man's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Relying on myself again. Help me kill that guy then. Gu Fei hollered. How could someone affect the heavenly Tao and kill him with the power of the heavenly tribulation? How could he be killed so easily? All right, it's been a long time since I've fought with anyone. I'll fight him then. The disheveled old man sat cross-legged in the void of his formation. He had set up countless killing formations around the valley that Gu Fei was in so that he could protect Gu Fei. Now that someone was trying to attack Gu Fei, he naturally could not stand idly by. Using a secret skill to affect the heavenly Tao? Hee. Within the void of the formation, the disheveled old man suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a cunning smile. He had lived for countless years and was a god of the mountain and river cauldron. He had followed many extreme Tao supremes in the past and had actually mastered a secret skill that could affect the heavenly Tao with one's own will. However, it was not an easy task to use such a secret skill. One had to pay a price in order to affect the heavenly Tao. The disheveled old man did not want to pay any price. However, he would not be able to kill that guy this way. Damned brat, I'm going to pay a huge price for you. As the disheveled old man said that, an imprint appeared on his glabella and shone with an endless divine light. The next moment, the imprint surged into the skies and penetrated through countless formations. Swoosh! The disheveled old man's spirit imprint disappeared into the dark skies. The next moment, in the valley hundreds of thousands of miles away, the middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on the platform suddenly opened his eyes and let out a look of disbelief. A drop of blood seeped out from his glabella, and he almost collapsed onto the ground. Instantly, he looked exhausted and extremely pale. Swoosh! Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised his head and saw something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. A divine light descended from the skies and rushed into his body. In the next moment, it was as if someone had cast a spell on this middle-aged expert, and he instantly became motionless. Bam! The middle-aged man exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. Even at the moment of his death, that guy would not know how he was killed because everything happened too quickly. Humph! You don't know what's good for you. The disheveled old man's voice rang out. At this moment, he did not have any reservations at all. The moment the disheveled old man destroyed the imprint on the heavenly Tao, Gu Fei immediately sensed that the guy he was fighting with had turned cold and emotionless. Kill! Gu Fei roared and turned into a chaotic, primordial ancestral dragon. A gigantic dragon claw grabbed at the young man. The dragon claw was even larger than a mountain and exuded a terrifying force of chaos and primordial chaos. Bam! The young man also made his move. Two powerful forces instantly collided with each other, causing a terrifying energy storm to erupt. Ripples of space that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions with Gu Fei and the heavenly Tao's incarnation as the starting point. The two silhouettes separated in an instant before colliding together once more. Violent energy kept erupting, shaking the entire sky and void. At this moment, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Even after using the secret skill of ascension, he could only fight to a draw with this guy. The two unimaginably powerful experts were fighting with their lives on the line. Suddenly, a terrifying force of death surged from the young man's body and enveloped Gu Fei. The next moment, Gu Fei felt the essence in his body flowing out rapidly. It was as though he had aged suddenly. It was extremely strange. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He immediately used the secret word of Wu, and all the essence qi that gathered towards him was directly dissolved. At this moment, Gu Fei was absolutely invulnerable. However, the young man seemed to have transformed into a death god of extreme Tao. His body was surrounded by death essence, which could be seen with the naked eye. Clang! The young man's body emitted the sound of metal colliding. The next moment, divine chains shot into the sky and entangled Gu Fei. Gu Fei was taken aback. He could suddenly sense the terrifying death aura coming from the iron chains that were entangling him. Those were the death chains. If he was entangled by them, he would only end up being killed. This death god was really terrifying. Although it was difficult to deal with when he was affected by someone else's will, it was much easier than now. Sky shaking fist. Gu Fei did not use any powerful magic or great technique. He simply threw a punch at the entangling death chains. The next moment, the death chains shattered in the void. However, the next moment, Gu Fei's vision blurred. He felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. He saw that the incarnation of the heavenly Tao had appeared in front of him and pierced his eyebrows with a finger. Chapter 3774. Gu Fei's fifth wave of the ultimate heavenly tribulation was simply too heaven-defying. It was the legendary life and death yin-yang tribulation. Throughout the ages, even in the cultivation history of the ancestral realm, the life and death yin-yang tribulation was a heavenly tribulation that had only appeared once in hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, anyone who triggered the life and death yin-yang tribulation during their extreme Tao heavenly tribulation would be extraordinarily lucky. It could be said that Gu Fei's luck was simply too good to be able to trigger such a heavenly tribulation. This was definitely a heavenly tribulation that could make one despair. At this moment, the young man formed by the heavenly Tao imprint of the life and death yin-yang tribulation displayed his invincible battle prowess. He pierced through Gu Fei's forehead with a single finger. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since died after being struck by that finger. However, Gu Fei was no ordinary person. While others had their essence spirit in their forehead, his entire body was imprinted with his life imprint. Even a single strand of his hair was imprinted with his life imprint. Therefore, even if someone were to kill Gu Fei, as long as Gu Fei was left with a single strand of hair or a single drop of blood, he would be able to be reborn right away. However, the power of death that was injected into Gu Fei's body was rapidly devouring his life force. His entire body was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, all that was left was skin and bones. The power of death that the heavenly Tao imprinted into Gu Fei's body was simply too terrifying. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's life force was about to be depleted. Are you still not going to die this time? The young man, formed by the heavenly Tao imprint, placed his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Fei calmly. It's that be** start again. This time, the disheveled old man in the void was truly enraged. He had just gotten rid of the fella who wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill Gu Fei. Now, someone was going to use the same method to deal with Gu Fei. The disheveled old man knew very well that the fella who struck in the dark was extremely skilled. He wouldn't have struck personally and would have sent someone else as cannon fodder. One had to know that the price of dealing with Gu Fei was simply too great. If he were to successfully overcome the tribulation and become an extreme grade utmost being, the consequences would be dire. Boom! A huge hand suddenly grabbed down from the sky. Without any warning, the huge hand directly grabbed towards the young man. A powerful force surged out from the huge hand and instantly enveloped the space around the young man. However, when the large hand slammed down, the young man formed by the heavenly Tao imprint did not dodge at all. He allowed the large hand that descended from the sky to strike his body. When the giant hand dissipated into the void, the young man was still standing there, motionless. It was as if he had been standing there since the beginning of time. What? The disheveled old man, who was seated cross-legged in the void of the ray formation, could not help but be shocked when he saw that. At this moment, the terrifying figure suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a cold look in his eyes, and his face was as calm as an ancient well, without a trace of emotion. Preposterous! How dare you act tough in front of me? The disheveled old man was enraged. Do you think I'm joking when I've laid down multiple killing formations? Even if it was the heavenly Tao imprint, he was confident that he could destroy it completely. He was about to strike again. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's voice rang out in the disheveled old man's mind. The initially enraged, disheveled old man suppressed the rage in his chest and sat quietly in the array formation space without saying anything more. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was undergoing a shocking change. The initially skinny Gu Fei expanded like a balloon. At this moment, an unprecedentedly powerful life force burst forth from his body. In the next moment, he returned to his peak state in an instant. An extremely domineering aura filled the air, causing the space around him to tremble. This was a technique that was born from death. It's just a struggle before death. The young man formed by the heavenly Tao imprint said indifferently, "Just who are you?" Gu Fei glared at the figure opposite him with a grim expression. Instinctively, he could sense that this existence posed a huge threat to him. The person behind him was definitely an extreme Tao supremacy. Could it be the same person? At this moment, the disheveled old man who was seated in the void of their ray formation suddenly opened his eyes. Even though he had killed a fella who used his will to effect the heavenly tribulation, that fella was not an extreme Tao supremacy. Interesting. The disheveled old man suddenly laughed. What sort of a character was an extreme Tao supremacy? There was no need for them to personally make a move to form such an irreconcilable karma with Gu Fei. Those fellas did not want to see Gu Fei become an extreme Tao supremacy, nor did they want to personally make a move. Therefore, those cannon fodder were the unlucky ones. Actually, the disheveled old man had guessed this long ago. The fella he killed earlier on was simply too weak. Profound meaning of life and death? I'm someone who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You want to kill me with a mere deathly aura? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Gu Fei stared at the young man opposite him and sneered. The next moment, his aura changed drastically. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a terrifying Grim Reaper with countless ferocious spirits vaguely appearing and howling around him. I've underestimated you. A wave of spiritual will came from the young man. Kill! Gu Fei's murderous aura was terrifying. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void instantly. He displayed the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud bang as the 2 fists collided. 2 bursts of deathly energy exploded and the 2 figures separated. However, they clashed again in an instant. Bam! In less than 10 moves, Gu Fei was sent flying by that fella's palm. Half of his body was smashed into pieces and turned into a mist of blood. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was sent flying, 2 beams of yin-yang divine light shot out from that person's eyes and chased after Gu Fei, slashing into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body shook as though his vitality had been severed and he had turned into a corpse. However, at the next moment, a shocking wave of energy erupted from Gu Fei's body. It was the aura of life and endless vitality erupted from his body. In just an instant, The small half of Gu Fei's body that was smashed into pieces recovered rapidly. Very soon, his martial body was completely restored. Extreme death could give birth to extreme life. This was Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao of life and death. Life and death existed mutually. Where there was life, there would be death. This was the law of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Again, Chapter 3775. Those supreme martial artists who used their will to influence the heavenly tribulation did not know that they were actually helping Gu Fei by doing so. Because the heavenly Tao was merciless, the fifth wave of the supreme heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. If it were not for those guys who wanted to deal with Gu Fei would not have had it so easy. The merciless heavenly Tao was much more terrifying than those supreme martial artists who had emotions. Die. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei charged towards the figure formed by the imprint of the heavenly way. Extremely sharp sword light shot out from his body and pierced through the figure. The figure merely waved his sleeve, and all of the sword lights that pierced towards him immediately shattered in the void. In the next moment, the blurry figure instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated. However, at that moment, a palm had already pressed against his chest. Bang! Gu Fei's entire body exploded. Every drop of Gu Fei's blood was emitting dazzling, primordial divine light. Every drop of blood seemed to be nurturing a powerful life. This was Gu Fei's current realm of the great Tao of life. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair, and every piece of bone was a life. They were all his life. It was too difficult to kill such a person. As long as a drop of blood or a strand of hair was not destroyed, he could be reborn and reappear in the world. This was an ability that only supreme martial artists could have. Supreme martial artists were publicly recognized as invincible in the myriad worlds of execution. It was almost impossible to kill them. This was also the reason why there were very few battles between supreme martial artists. Because if one couldn't be killed and escaped, it would definitely be a disaster for the other supreme martial artists' family and force. Once the supreme martial artist took revenge, the consequences would be extremely severe. Rumble! Suddenly a thunderous sound rang in the void. Gu Fei's martial body was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist quickly gathered, and a figure appeared in the void. Humph, even so, you still have to die. The blurry figure took a step forward and pushed his hands forward. The power of yin and yang immediately surged out from his hands and turned into a Tai Chi yin yang diagram that rushed towards Gu Fei. Wherever the Tai Chi yin yang diagram passed, even the extremely stable space of the primogenitor's realm was destroyed. Wherever the Tai Chi yin yang diagram passed, it left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. I'll borrow your strength to train my Tao heart, Gu Fei shouted. Then he took a step forward and directly rushed onto the Tai Chi yin yang diagram. He then sat cross-legged on the diagram. A terrifying destructive power surged out from the Tai Chi yin yang diagram, wrapping around Gu Fei's entire body, wanting to obliterate Gu Fei. This guy! When the disheveled old man saw that, he could not help but shake his head. Gu Fei's actions were always unexpected, and even the disheveled old man could not guess what his next move would be. You're courting death. The blurry figure directly sat cross-legged in the void and activated a mysterious art, the power that erupted from the Tai Chi yin yang diagram sword. He wanted to obliterate Gu Fei and eliminate this great enemy. But was that even possible? At that moment, Gu Fei actually sat cross-legged on the Tai Chi yin yang diagram and used the destructive power that erupted from the diagram to refine his martial body. The destructive power that erupted from the Tai Chi yin yang diagram flowed through Gu Fei's body and actually produced a clanging sound, as if it was rubbing against metal. At that moment, the people outside the heavenly tribulation were also extremely nervous. However, no one could see what was happening inside the primogenitor's mountain. If they knew, it would probably cause a commotion. What's going on? The fifth wave of the heavenly tribulation actually lasted for so long. Someone said impatiently, "It can't even withstand the fifth wave?" A quasi-supreme existence said indifferently. He stared at the heavenly tribulation, and a vertical eye on his forehead opened and closed, emitting a terrifying divine light. "This guy is definitely not Ingtian Ancestor." Someone voiced out everyone's doubts. Ingtian Ancestor definitely couldn't undergo the heavenly tribulation in the Primogenitum Mountain because he didn't have that ability. "It's not Ingtian Ancestor? Then who is it?" someone exclaimed. At that moment, Ingtian Ancestor had already left the Primogenitum Mountain and returned to the Ingtian Ancestral Land. However, the entire Ancestral Land was under Mu Jinghong's control. However, Mu Jinghong wasn't guarding the Ancestral Land at the moment. "Mu Jinghong, you bastard!" Ingtian Ancestor didn't directly attack. If he attacked now, he might be able to take back the Ancestral Land. But Mu Jinghong definitely wouldn't let it go. The experts of the Wood Clan would definitely come. He knew that before Gu Fei finished his heavenly tribulation, he absolutely couldn't appear in front of anyone. Although Ingtian Ancestor was furious, he still managed to suppress his anger in the end. This kind of ability wasn't something an ordinary person could master. Ingtian Ancestor didn't let his anger get to his head. Ingtian Ancestor looked into the depths of the Ancestral Land and then turned around, disappearing into the mountains. At this time, the Primogenitum mountain range was still covered in tribulation clouds. Layers upon layers of tribulation clouds turned into a massive primal chaos yin-yang diagram. This massive Tao diagram resonated with a small Tao diagram below. The power that erupted from the small Tao diagram gradually became more and more terrifying, as if it could obliterate all. Gu Fei directly sat down on this small Tao diagram. In just a few breaths of time, Gu Fei's mortal body collapsed onto the small Tao diagram. The destructive power gathered on the small primal chaos yin-yang diagram was absolutely at a heaven-defying level. A mass of blood-red light floated above the Tao diagram. This mass of blood-red light erupted with an astonishing life force. This blood-red light didn't disperse, and wanting to obliterate it was extremely difficult. How is this possible? The heavenly Tao incarnation was shocked to the extreme. Of course, a true heavenly Tao incarnation didn't have any emotions. But now, this heavenly Tao incarnation was affected by another will. Like this, even if this fellow was even more powerful, Gu Fei still wouldn't fear it. An emotionless heavenly Tao was the most terrifying existence, because such a heavenly Tao didn't have any flaws. But a heavenly Tao that had emotions would have flaws. If there were flaws, then they could be dealt with. Soon, the mass of blood-red light above the small Tao diagram vanished. Gu Fei's figure appeared on the small Tao diagram, exuding a peerlessly powerful aura. Gu Fei's martial body constantly disintegrated and reformed. His martial body gradually transformed, becoming increasingly formidable. His flesh, blood, muscles, and bones all transformed, transforming towards a perfect boundary. Chapter 3776. Attracting the power of heavenly tribulation to temper one's martial body. In the entire universe, perhaps only Gu Fei dared to do such a crazy thing. Moreover, it was during the sovereign heavenly tribulation, the ultimate leap, invincible throughout the universe. At this step, everyone had to be careful. They absolutely didn't dare to be careless or negligent. Even peerless sovereigns like the martial ancestor and the ancient Buddhist lord did not dare to resist the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation with their flesh when they were transcending it. At this time, a destructive aura filled the heavens and the earth. The tribulation clouds in the sky revolved crazily, and the power of the yin-yang diagram was terrifying to the extreme. And below the yin-yang diagram, formed by the tribulation clouds, there was also a small yin-yang diagram. At this time, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the small yin-yang diagram. The power of the fifth wave of heavenly tribulation completely gathered on the minor primal chaos yin-yang Tao diagram. At this time, even if a piece of immortal divine metal were to be thrown into the minor primal chaos yin-yang Tao diagram, it would still be instantly obliterated by the power of the Tao diagram. The figure formed by the heavenly Tao sat cross-legged in the void, drawing the power of heavenly tribulation with all its might. Gu Fei's body had already collapsed countless times, but he still had no intention of leaving the small yin-yang diagram. He cultivated the heaven ascension secret technique, so he didn't have to worry about dying. Even if the fifth wave of heavenly tribulation destroyed his body and soul, he could still ascend to heaven and be reborn. How is this possible? They saw with their own eyes that Gu Fei's body and primordial spirit had collapsed more than 10 times. But Gu Fei could still defy the heavens and be reborn, condensing his primordial spirit and martial body. And every time he was reborn, the power that erupted from his body would become stronger. This caused the mastermind who controlled the heavenly Tao to be stunned. Even the fifth wave of heavenly tribulation couldn't do anything to this guy. Gu Fei was verifying his own yin-yang Tao. Although heavenly tribulation brought destruction, it also brought vitality. This was heavenly tribulation. There would always be a glimmer of hope. A black and white yin-yang Tao pattern began to condense in Gu Fei's primordial spirit. It gradually evolved and transformed towards a perfect state. The aura of the great Tao of yin and yang on Gu Fei's body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the speed at which his martial body crumbled slowed down. It took a long time for his martial body to crumble. His martial body was transforming into a perfect martial body. Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword rushed out of his body and bathed in the power of yin and yang together with the sky blue immortal golden battle armor. The heavenly star sword of the 9 heavens and the heavenly blue immortal gold battle robe were also constantly crumbling and reforming. Be it the heavenly star sword of the 9 heavens or the heavenly blue immortal gold battle robe, the 2 Tao artifacts were gradually condensing an aura of the great Tao. The 2 Tao artifacts also began the process of a perfect metamorphosis. Gradually, the interior of the Tao artifacts gave birth to the God of life. At this time, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao could no longer sit still. This guy was too abnormal. He was actually using the heavenly tribulation to temper his body. Preposterous, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao was shocked and enraged. He clenched his teeth and directly displayed his killing move. 2 great dragons directly rushed down from the giant Tai Chi yin-yang Tao diagram in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment the yin-yang dragons appeared, the entire void that was covered by the yin-yang life and death tribulation began to shake as if it would collapse at any moment. The 2 great dragons directly fell from the sky, pouncing towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the small Tao diagram. The might of this pounce shook the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. Go! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the little yin-yang Tao diagram, let out a low roar. The 9 heaven stars sword suspended in front of him immediately soared into the sky and met the 2 dragons that were descending from the sky. However, the moment the 9 heaven stars sword collided with the 2 great dragons, it disintegrated in the void, turning into motes of light. The divine light of the great Tao didn't dissipate into the void, but instead flickered in the void. Humph! Gu Fei abruptly raised his head, and 2 rays of immortal divine light shot out from his eyes. The 2 rays of divine light turned into a shocking sword aura and flew towards the yin-yang dragon that was pouncing towards him. The power of this move was astonishing. Wherever the shocking sword chi passed, 2 pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. However, in front of the 2 great dragons, Gu Fei's ultimate killing move simply couldn't withstand a single blow. The 2 great dragons directly stretched out their dragon claws. The 2 shocking sword chi directly collapsed in the void, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Die! Gu Fei suddenly stood up from the small yin-yang Dao diagram. The sky-blue, immortal, golden battle armor instantly appeared on his body, and then he punched upwards. Above his fist, a huge dragon shadow rushed out. Boom! The dragon-shaped fist force that Gu Fei struck out instantly collided with the two great dragons that rushed down, and the sound of the explosion shook the void between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the dragon shadow fist force that Gu Fei struck out directly collapsed, and the dragon shadow disappeared. The two great dragons that descended from the sky only paused for a moment, and then immediately swooped down towards Gu Fei. In just an instant, Gu Fei's martial body was torn to pieces by the two great dragons. The sky-blue, immortal, golden battle armor that Gu Fei wore was also torn to pieces, turning into countless glowing fragments that floated in the void, gathering together without dispersing. At this level, whether it was the 9 heaven star sword or the sky-blue, immortal, golden battle armor, they were not doctrine weapons that could be easily destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. These two doctrine weapons were already closely related to Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei did not die, these two doctrine weapons would not be destroyed. During the heavenly tribulation, it was an extremely rare thing to bring along two quasi-supreme doctrine weapons at the same time. With Gu Fei's knowledge, he only knew that the Millennium Buddha, Lord, had done this before. There was no doubt that the Millennium Buddha, Lord, was powerful. Since ancient times, only the Millennium Buddha, Lord, had refined many supreme doctrine weapons. As for the other supreme doctrine weapons, they usually only refined one supreme doctrine weapon that belonged to them. As for the legendary martial ancestor, he did not have any supreme doctrine weapons because his entire body was in supreme doctrine weapon. There was no need for him to refine another supreme doctrine weapon. The legendary martial ancestor cultivated the strongest physique of the human race. Since ancient times, in terms of physical strength, no one had ever surpassed the martial ancestor. Haha, you're still not dead this time. The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path laughed maniacally. At this moment, the two dragons condensed from the power of the yin-yang tribulation opened their mouths and spat out a dragon's breath of death, burning Gu Fei's flesh and bones in the void into ashes. Even Gu Fei's primordial spirit was burned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated. You're not dead yet? I'll carry your shoes for you. The blurry figure stood up in the void. However, in the next moment he was dumbfounded. He saw a figure appear in the void without any warning. What's wrong? Aren't you going to carry my shoes for me? At this moment, a wave of divine will spread from the blurry figure. You! The figure was shocked and furious. It was unbelievable that this guy was still alive. How is this possible? Does this guy really have an immortal body? Die. There was no other way. The incarnation directly rushed to the small Taiji yin-yang diagram and used the yin-yang killing technique to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei grabbed the air with his right hand and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. He directly slashed at the attacking incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path. This was a sword of the gods. It contained Gu Fei's most powerful essence, qi and spirit. When the sword slashed, it seemed to be able to destroy a great world. The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path was directly cut in half by Gu Fei's sword. How is this possible? The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path said these words before it disappeared. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei said coldly as he watched the incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path gradually disappear. The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path was filled with endless unwillingness. Finally, it completely dissipated in the void and disappeared without a trace. The mark of the heavenly path collapsed. In the end, it could not return to the heavenly path. At this moment, as the mark of the heavenly path was destroyed, the incomparably huge Taiji yin-yang diagram that covered the entire sky also dissipated. Endless tribulation clouds still enveloped the world. The Taiji yin-yang diagram under Gu Fei's feet also disappeared into the void. The sky-blue immortal gold battle robe and the 9 heaven stars sword had also been reassembled. The sky-blue immortal gold battle robe was worn by Gu Fei, and the 9 heaven stars sword was held in his hand. The 5th wave of the extreme path, heavenly tribulation, was forcibly passed by Gu Fei. Next, the 6th wave of the extreme path, heavenly tribulation, was about to descend. Gu Fei looked up at the violently tumbling tribulation clouds in the sky. He instinctively felt danger. What kind of heavenly tribulation was the 6th wave of the extreme path, heavenly tribulation? Soon, Gu Fei discovered that the tribulation clouds in the sky began to change. The chaotic qi was vast and mighty, and chaotic figures appeared in the tribulation clouds. It seemed that they could directly rush out of the chaos at any time. Chaotic tribulation? Gu Fei saw that the dark clouds were pressing down. In the pitch-black tribulation clouds, there were dazzling, lightning flashes from time to time. For a moment, the entire world was instantly illuminated. Smelly brat, this old man really has to give it to you. At this moment, the disheveled old man who was sitting cross-legged in the void of the array suddenly stood up. He was very shocked. This brat was really too heaven-defying. The heavenly tribulation that he triggered was enough to make ordinary quasi-supremes despair. Gu Fei stared at the tumbling tribulation clouds in the sky. His entire body was filled with battle intent, and the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand was constantly vibrating. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei was immediately terrified. He saw a chaotic figure walking out from the chaotic tribulation clouds. It was like a peerless expert with flesh and blood. Bang! That primal chaos god directly stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Violent energy surged down from his foot, shaking the void of heaven and earth. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was directly stomped down from the sky by that chaotic god. Be careful! The disheveled old man could no longer sit still. He could not help but roar at a woman who was crossing the road. Chapter 3777. Gu Fei's sovereign heavenly tribulations were all extremely rare and terrifying. From the start, it was already insane. At this moment, he welcomed the 6th wave of heavenly tribulations, the chaotic tribulation. A primal chaos god walked out from the primal chaos tribulation cloud. Boom! The chaotic god was extremely powerful. With one step, the entire world shook as if it could collapse and explode at any time. It was extremely terrifying. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was directly trampled down from the sky by the chaotic god and fell into the bottomless black hole on the ground. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the black hole on the ground. Under the impact of the sound waves, the entire black hole shook violently. The surroundings of the black hole crumbled continuously, and large amounts of soil fell down. In an instant, the entire black hole doubled in size. Kill! Following the roar, a huge amount of chaotic energy surged out from the black hole and formed a huge chaotic energy pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Only the disheveled old man was lucky enough to see this shocking scene. Those outside could only see chaos within the heavenly tribulations with chaotic lightning flashes occasionally. Other than that, even the incarnations of the extreme Tao Supremes could not see what was happening within. The void of the extreme Taos, heavenly tribulations, was like another world. Even if a true extreme Tao Supremes were here, they would not easily barge in. One had to know that once one barged into the extreme Taos, heavenly tribulations, the heavenly tribulations would not target Gu Fei, but the extreme Tao Supremes. Humph. The primal chaos god opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking the huge pillar of primal energy into his body. The pillar of primal energy disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void at the same time. Shwa! He immediately turned into a ray of primal chaos, sword light, and pierced through the primal chaos god. The extremely sharp sword light rippled outwards, and the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. The chaotic sword light tore through the void and arrived in front of the chaotic god. However, in the next moment, the chaotic god casually waved his hand and slapped the sword light away. The sword beam collided against the formation set up by the disheveled old man and bounced back. The sword beam disappeared and Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He was in a sorry state, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His sky-blue immortal gold battle robe was full of cracks, as though it would shatter with a light touch. In order to improve the power of his sword Dao, Gu Fei had fused with the 9 Heaven Stars sword, but he was still easily repelled by this fellow. This made him very unhappy. Seeing the chaotic god walking towards him, Gu Fei's pupils constricted. This guy was too strong. He felt helpless. This was merely an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, formed by the imprint of the heavenly Tao. If this chaotic god were to descend personally, wouldn't Gu Fei have no chance of winning? Old man, hurry up and help. Gu Fei stared at the approaching figure with a solemn expression. He could not see any flaws on this person. One must know that a person without any flaws might not be the scariest person. However, a person with peerless power and no flaws would be invincible. Settle it yourself. If you can't settle it, it won't be too late for me to act. The disheveled old man said. What? The veins on Gu Fei's forehead twitched. No matter who it was, they would not be able to remain calm when facing such an undefeatable opponent. However, in the next moment, a shocking battle intent erupted from his body. The stronger I meet, the stronger I become. I've never been afraid of anyone. Come. Gu Fei stared at the chaotic god who was already in front of him. His cowardly look was swept away, and he instantly became tall and mighty. The chaotic god attacked without any hesitation. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. In the next moment, the chaotic god's hand rapidly enlarged in Gu Fei's eyes. In an instant, it filled his eyes, and the chaotic energy enveloped the entire area. The chaotic god's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even a simple attack from him could contain great power. Gu Fei snorted coldly. He immediately punched out. In the next moment, boundless chaotic energy gathered from all parts of his body towards his fist. Whoom! The void rumbled, and a ball of dazzling primal chaos divine light erupted from Gu Fei's fist. His fist was like a primal chaos star as it smashed towards the incoming primal chaos hand. Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to collide with the incoming chaotic hand, the chaotic divine light on his fist increased by 10 times. At this moment, it was as though a chaotic divine sun had appeared under the tribulation clouds. It illuminated the entire world and dispersed a small portion of the tribulation clouds in the sky. However, the chaotic god's expression did not change. He did not retract his chaotic hand and continued to grab towards Gu Fei. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, his fist collided with the chaotic god's chaotic hand, resulting in a muffled sound. In the next moment, Gu Fei's fist, which was emitting boundless chaotic divine light, suddenly darkened, following which he felt a powerful force coming from his fist. Gu Fei could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking, following which his entire body flew backwards. The sky-blue immortal gold battle robe on his body instantly shattered into countless chaotic divine light and turned into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. After using the secret technique of ascension, Gu Fei coughed out blood and directly collided with the layer of divine light formed by the killing array laid by the disheveled old man. The layer of divine light trembled continuously from the impact, and ripples spread across the layer of divine light. He's actually this powerful. The disheveled old man was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This brat, Gu Fei, was not an ordinary quasi-supreme expert. He was a quasi-supreme expert at the peak of the martial way. He possessed a powerful martial body that even divine beasts would be fearful of. Gu Fei was nearly invincible among those in the same cultivation realm. He could even put up a fight against extreme, venerables like Tsang Quebec. If he used his extreme Tao weapon, even Tsang Ke and the others would have to kneel in front of Gu Fei. But now he could not even withstand a single blow from this chaotic god. The disparity between them was too great. The disheveled old man could not believe it. Gu Fei was actually beaten up by this chaotic god. Hee, this brat Gu Fei is in trouble. Chapter 3778. Gu Fei had already withstood 5 waves of the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation. The first 5 waves were daunting, but Gu Fei was suppressed by the 6th wave. That's right, when the 6th wave began, Gu Fei was suppressed and beaten up. The more he fought back, the more he was tortured. The 6th wave of the heavenly tribulation was simply too sick. The primal god formed from the imprint of the heavenly Tao was so powerful that Gu Fei almost lost his temper. Too powerful, Gu Fei was sent flying by the chaotic divine being once again. His body was filled with cracks, as though he could shatter at any time. His martial body was heavily injured. It was useless even if he fused with the 9 heavenly stars sword. Gu Fei's martial body and the 9 heavenly stars sword were also heavily injured. As for the sky blue immortal golden battle robe, it had already shattered in the void, turning into countless divine lights that floated in the void. The immortal divinity did not disappear. As long as Gu Fei did not die, neither the sky blue immortal golden battle robe nor the 9 heavenly stars sword would be destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Gu Fei risked his life. The chaotic energy became berserk. The chaotic energy of the great Tao erupted from his body like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The space around him was distorted by the extremely powerful ripples of power that erupted from his body. Countless hair-thin cracks appeared. At this moment, the eyes of the chaotic divine being shot out 2 rays of primal divine light towards Gu Fei. At this realm, even a gaze could kill. The combat power displayed by the chaotic divine being was too monstrous. Even Gu Fei could not withstand it. Gu Fei roared. A ball of primal divine light immediately surged from his body in an attempt to block the incoming primal divine light. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei was dumbfounded. The 2 beams of chaotic divine light directly broke through his protective divine light and penetrated his martial body at the same time. The power of destruction contained in the 2 beams of primal divine light invaded Gu Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's martial body was reduced to a bag of bones. His life force was almost extinguished by the destructive force that invaded his body. Preposterous! Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately unleashed the secret skill of winged transformation. The power of winged transformation surged in his body, and in the next moment, the vitality in his body was completely restored. However, at this moment, the chaotic god's fist had already landed on Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, before Gu Fei could even react, his martial physique was instantly shattered in the void, turning into a bloody mist. Within the blood mist, countless divine lights flickered. Those were the fragments of the 9 heavens stars sword. Swoosh! At this moment, a godly light shot out from the primal chaos god's body and destroyed the blood mist. He wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, it was definitely not an easy task to kill Gu Fei, who cultivated the secret skill of winged transformation, one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the void. This figure extended his right hand, and the countless divine lights floating in the void immediately gathered in his right hand, turning into a black sword. Is this fella really invincible? With the 9 heavens stars sword in his hand, Gu Fei stared at the fella in front of him with eyes as cold as the stars. Just as Gu Fei was in shock, the chaotic god suddenly disappeared into the void. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he could not see where the fellow went. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, yet this chaotic god was able to escape from his martial path heavenly eye. Such a technique was enough to shock Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt his head being pressed down by a huge hand. An unimaginably powerful chaotic energy surged out from the huge hand and directly confined Gu Fei. This made Gu Fei indescribably shocked. At this time, he couldn't even move a finger. **T. Gu Fei was shocked. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. His instincts told him that this chaotic god had the ability to threaten his life. The chaotic god was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew who left this projection on the heavenly path. However, the combat power displayed by this chaotic god was enough to shock the world. This was a projection he left on the heavenly path when he was undergoing his tribulation. Hence, the cultivation realm displayed by this chaotic god was the same as Gu Fei. However, this chaotic god's combat power was much stronger than Gu Fei's. In the same realm, there were not many existences stronger than Gu Fei even in the entire primogenital world. However, this chaotic god was already stronger than Gu Fei at the same realm many years ago. The chaotic god wanted to refine Gu Fei alive. Very soon, Gu Fei's body turned into ashes, leaving behind a ball of chaotic divine light. Within the ball of chaotic divine light, there was a small figure sitting cross-legged. That figure was a miniature version of Gu Fei. At this moment, the ball of chaotic divine light emitted the Tao of primal Tao. This Tao of primal Tao resonated with the Tao of heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei had cultivated the great Tao of primal together with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was perfect. What Gu Fei's great Tao of primal lacked, he could use the great Tao of heaven and earth to make up for it. This was the reason why cultivators had to undergo the heavenly tribulation after reaching a certain realm. The heavenly tribulation was triggered by the cultivator's great Tao resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation would descend to temper the cultivator. If the cultivator could survive the heavenly tribulation, his cultivation would naturally soar. If he could not, his body and soul would be destroyed. The heavenly Tao was the fairest. In order to obtain great power, one must first pass the test of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Gu Fei's Tao resonated with the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly tribulation became stronger. This was a good thing for Gu Fei because the stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more power he would obtain. Seeing this scene, the disheveled old man could no longer sit still. If he allowed Gu Fei to be refined by that fella, Gu Fei might really die. However, if he were to act now, he would be disturbing Gu Fei's cultivation because Gu Fei was using the heavenly Tao to verify the great Tao of primal that he cultivated. Rumble, sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. The ball of chaotic divine light in the chaotic god's hand was shrinking rapidly. At this moment, Gu Fei was only using the great Tao of primal chaos. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit, who was sitting cross-legged in the chaotic divine light, felt a great threat. Chapter 3779. To Gu Fei, undergoing his tribulation in the primogenital mountain range of the primogenital world meant that he had to face more unpredictable dangers because this place was not ordinary. Since ancient times, in the entire cultivation history of the primogenital world, there had never been anyone who dared to undergo the sovereign heavenly tribulation in the primogenital mountain range. That's right, there had never been anyone. In the eyes of countless living beings in the primogenital world, the primogenital mountain range was a treasure land, a dangerous land, and a holy land. In the primogenital world, all cultivators would be warned by their teachers not to undergo the tribulation in the primogenital mountain range because it was no different from courting death. But now, someone actually went to the primogenital mountain range to undergo the tribulation, and it was the extreme path sovereign tribulation. When the news spread, the entire primogenital world was in an uproar. However, the primogenital world was too big, much bigger than any other great world. It was so big that even the spiritual will of an extreme path sovereign could not cover the entire primogenital world. This was the primogenital world. It was almost limitless. Even an extreme path sovereign could not find the end of this most ancient great world. One had to know that this was the origin of the myriad worlds. It hid the most ancient and mysterious secrets of the myriad worlds. When the news spread, the cultivators around the Primogenitum mountain range immediately put down everything and gathered towards the place where Gu Fei was undergoing the tribulation. Even many extreme path sovereigns were alarmed. They appeared in the eyes of the world once again. This fella is a madman. At this moment, outside the extreme path sovereign heavenly tribulation, a few sovereigns who were familiar with each other were conversing through their spiritual wills. If this fella did not undergo the tribulation in the Primogenitum mountain range, he might have made the final leap and cultivated a perfect great Tao. An extreme path sovereign said, "It's a pity that this is the Primogenitum mountain range. No one has ever succeeded before. I believe this fellow will not be an exception. Let's just wait for him to fall." An extreme grade, supreme being surrounded by chaotic lightning said, "Yes, not bad." The other sovereigns could not help but nod. Since this fella's fate was already determined, they could save a lot of effort. At this moment, in the middle of the tribulation cloud, Gu Fei was in a desperate situation. He would never have thought that the chaotic gods who walked out of the primal chaos calamity would be so powerful. Not only did the chaotic god destroy his primordial chaos martial body, he even imprisoned his Yuan Shin. He was actually trying to destroy his Yuan Shin. Of course, Gu Fei had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. Even if his primordial spirit was destroyed by the primal god's great divine ability, he could still reconstruct it and be reborn. This was the power of the Ascension secret art, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. It was impossible for Gu Fei to sit still and wait for death. He sat cross-legged in the primal chaos divine light like a supreme being of the primal chaos great path, completely releasing the power of the primal chaos great path. This was primal chaos against primal chaos. It was a battle between the great Tao of primal chaos that Gu Fei cultivated and the great Tao of primal chaos of the heavenly Tao. As long as Gu Fei could survive, his great Tao of primal chaos would transform into a perfect great Tao of primal chaos without any flaws. However, based on the current situation, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to survive. The chaotic god immediately used a great divine ability to seal Gu Fei's Yuan Shin. Then he circulated his primal chaos energy in an attempt to destroy it. Gu Fei's Yuan Shin sat cross-legged in the primal chaos divine light. 9 primal Tao runes appeared around him, releasing an extremely powerful primal chaos energy. The 9 primal chaos Tao runes opened up a void, blocking the chaotic god's primal chaos energy. However, 9 primal chaos divine runes appeared on the chaotic god's palm. His primal chaos Tao runes were very different from Gu Fei's. They were both great Tao of primal chaos, but different people would cultivate different great Tao of primal chaos. Actually, the grand Tao that every single person comprehended was different from the Tao of others. Every single person had their own Tao. Others couldn't learn it, nor could they comprehend it, because it was the only one. Although Gu Fei walked the martial Tao, the Tao he cultivated was definitely different from the martial ancestor's Tao. The martial ancestor was the martial ancestor, and he was himself. The martial ancestor pointed out the direction of cultivation for Gu Fei, but the Tao that Gu Fei walked on belonged to him. As the 2 great Tao of primal chaos fought against each other, the primal chaos divine light around Gu Fei's Yuan Shin was still shrinking. The powerful pressure made Gu Fei's Yuan Shin uncomfortable. Gu Fei knew that the moment his Yuan Shin could no longer hold on, the old man would take action. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation's energy was gathering towards the chaotic god. The chaotic god had activated the entire primal tribulation's energy. No matter how strong Gu Fei's Yuan Shin was, It could not fight against the primal chaos energy condensed by the extreme Tao Supreme heavenly tribulation. Soon, the primal chaos divine light around Gu Fei's Yuan Shin shook violently. Fine cracks appeared on it as if it could shatter at any time. "Old man, why aren't you taking action?" Gu Fei's Yuan Shin was no longer calm. However, the old man did not take action. At this moment, the god of the mountain and river cauldron was watching this scene from the void of the array. It was not the time yet. This guy, Gu Fei's Yuan Shin, was about to go crazy. Was the old man really waiting for his Yuan Shin to perish before taking action? Fight! Gu Fei had no choice but to use the 9 secrets of immortal Tao to protect his life, especially the secret word, none. It could directly turn the vast and powerful primal chaos energy into nothingness. This was Gu Fei's foundation. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao was his life-saving talisman. Roar! The god of chaos roared, causing the entire world to tremble. He grabbed onto Gu Fei's primal chaos divine light and used the tribulation force to obliterate Gu Fei. In the next moment, the primal chaos divine light around Gu Fei's Yuan Shin crumbled. The tribulation force went straight for Gu Fei's Yuan Shin. Damn it! Gu Fei's Yuan Shin was both shocked and furious. The 9 great primal chaos divine light that rushed out from his Yuan Shin blocked the tribulation force. However, Gu Fei knew that it could not block it for long. At this moment, Gu Fei's Yuan Shin was wearing an immortal robe. It was the sky blue immortal gold battle armor. The sky blue immortal gold battle armor could change its size at will. Gu Fei's Yuan Shin was also holding onto the 9 heaven stars sword. This was an existence born from the immortal robe and divine sword. It was almost like a god. However, these 2 items were not fully formed yet. They could not help Gu Fei much. What made Gu Fei the most frustrated was that the disheveled old man had taken away all his supreme Tao treasures. Otherwise, he would not be in such a sorry state with a few supreme Tao treasures protecting him. Of course, the disheveled old man had good intentions. He could not rely too much on external forces during the tribulation. If he could rely on himself, he would be able to obtain the greatest power possible. Gu Fei only managed to hold on for less than an hour before his Yuan spirit was crushed by the chaotic god. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Rumble, the supreme, sovereign, heavenly tribulation was still in operation. The tribulation clouds were still shrouding the area. It did not disperse because of Gu Fei's death. The reason was simple. As long as Gu Fei was not dead, the tribulation would not disperse. If Gu Fei really died under the heavenly tribulation, the terrifying tribulation clouds would have dispersed long ago. As expected, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. It was faint and illusory, but the powerful aura it emitted was terrifying. Seeing this, the god of chaos immediately attacked Gu Fei. Bang! With a muffled sound, the figure that Gu Fei had just appeared was destroyed by the god of chaos. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Countless spatial cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding void. The void rippled like water, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread outwards. Damn it! Gu Fei's figure appeared again. However, the moment his figure appeared, the god of chaos immediately attacked. Without any words, the god of chaos continued to attack. Gu Fei was once again blasted into pieces. Gu Fei was shocked and angry, but he could not do anything. Very quickly, he was blasted into pieces by the god of chaos more than 10 times. Although he had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and the Ascension secret technique, which allowed him to revive even if his body and soul were destroyed, he was still unhappy that he was blasted into pieces more than 10 times. It was too sullen. This made Gu Fei go crazy. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been suppressed by someone to the point where he did not even have a chance to retaliate. Living for such a long time, one could encounter all sorts of things. That primal chaos god did not have any intention of stopping. He wanted to destroy Gu Fei's fleshly body. What's going on? Even the disheveled old man was speechless when he saw this. When Gu Fei was blasted into pieces for the 999th time by the god of chaos, an immortal Tao light pierced through the void towards the god of chaos. The god of chaos did not care about the immortal Tao light. He extended his right hand and sent a palm towards the figure that just appeared from the void. However, just as the palm of the god of chaos touched the clothes on Gu Fei's chest, the god of chaos was suddenly sent flying. It turned out that the immortal Tao light that descended from the sky had directly sent the god of chaos flying. However, the god of Tao light did not cause much damage to the god of chaos. At this moment, Gu Fei took advantage of this rare opportunity to reconstruct his body. He appeared in the void, and an extremely powerful martial aura spread out from his body. Roar! The primal chaos god roared. Terrifying ripples of energy erupted from his body, causing the myriad of worlds to pale in comparison. Countless cultivators were terrified. Kill! Gu Fei did not say anything. He immediately attacked the god of chaos. In the next moment, an extremely sharp sword light slashed the god of chaos. At this moment, Gu Fei could finally fight against the god of chaos.